Yes, guys, how you doing? Welcome back to the Spurs Talk Show. I hope you're all happy and healthy, doing the things you love on this Friday evening. It's time to talk Tottenham, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can all do me some favors, and that would look like the following. Please smash the like button for me. If you don't mind, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell and drop a comment or two. Let me know your thoughts on today's topics. Guys, we've got some transfer news, views, and clues for you this evening. And some interesting names, very interesting names. We're going to talk about what Romero has said with regards Tottenham Hotspur's pursuit of Savio, that Tottenham are prepared to break our own transfer record for him. We're going to find out what happens, what that looks like tomorrow as we're kicking off at, I think it's 12 o'clock tomorrow or 12:30. We're kicking off against Manchester City. And then after the game, there is supposed to be some talks between the intermediaries, the agents, the CEO or whatever of Manchester City, and hopefully not Daniel Levy. I just hope it's not him, if I'm honest on this one, because as I said before, I just think he's going to be in a kind of unique situation where he doesn't like particularly having to play the bottom, if you like, in a relationship, and he's playing little spoon, shall we call it, whereas he likes to be big spoon, even though he's a smaller guy. But listen, there's that story. There's stories about Tyler Dibbling. Well, anyone that was worried about Tyler Dibbling, worry less, say less. He has got the here we go to Everton, which is actually a really interesting move. A little bit of old, a little bit of young on the Everton width now, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see how he does. A team that I think are going to be trying to do bits. I think that Everton are throwing their money around a little bit now. It's interesting because it was only a year ago, wasn't it, that that Everton were pretty much bankrupt. And then I told you at the time, I told you that the Friedkin Group would have them back in shape. There's a lot of kind of weird shenanigans and things going on in around the multi-club ownership world. And certainly Friedkin Group know a thing or two and how to push money around. Rob Peters to pay Paul and everything, but Everton have got some decent signings in. They're making some moves. Forest are making some moves. We don't yet know if Aston Villa are going to be able to maintain their Alassata status quo in the... I should have said status quo is what I should have said. In the sort of top 7 or 8 because of their sort of troubles. Are they about to sell another player? They might be about to sell Amadou Onana, the player that actually left Everton to join them last summer. They might be selling him already. Where's he going? I wonder where. Saudi, anybody? Saudi? I hate to say it so early in the stream. This isn't really even a Spurs talk show thing, but because we're starting to go down this track, and you know what I'm like on a Friday night. And by the way, I haven't had any alcohol. I've literally just cracked open the first one. I've got 3 more behind it just in case. So if you're thinking about having a drink tonight, join me. There's it hasn't touched my lips yet. So I'm entirely sober, apart from the 4 beers I had at lunchtime. But forget about that. That's long gone. But because we're talking about FFP and PSR, it might be the time to just sort of bring, I don't know, this one in first.
We're off to Saudi Arabia for the next part of the show.
Well, it wasn't the next part of the show. It's probably the last part of the show because, or last time in the show, I'm going to be talking about Saudi, unless we go there again with other stories. That's what happens on a Friday night. We could be going anywhere tonight. We've got loads of things to talk about. So Aston Villa trying to bring in, check this out for a story, right? Aston Villa are trying to bring in Nicholas Jackson. Nicholas Jackson can't go to Aston Villa yet because Aston Villa can't, they're not allowed to spend 60 million on a player because of their FFP and their UEFA sanctions. So that would be Chelsea getting the money. Chelsea can't sign Xavi Simons yet, nor can they sign Garnacho yet because they are under the similar sanctions. Believe it or not, the UEFA rules, right, around the things that hit Chelsea and Villa, they're very specific. So they have to get a net transfer plus basically on their listed their A-listed players. but it's only the A-listed players that were part of the Conference League team last season. So, for example, the sale of Noni Madueke to Arsenal does count towards them righting their ship in terms of the UEFA problems that they have. But the sale of João Felix to Saudi doesn't count because João Felix wasn't a part of the Conference League squad last season. So it's not just a case of like, are they selling enough? Because Chelsea have sold a lot. They've got a very little net spend this year. But who have they sold? And were those people part of the program last year? And in the case of João Felix, the answer is no. So it doesn't count. Neither do those blue co that when they like Chelsea itself posted Chelsea Holdings posted like £140 million plus, but Blueco lost £450 million because that's what they were doing, all the transfers of the hotels and everything. Anyway, I'm not going to get into all that stuff, but here's the story. So Chelsea can't buy Garnacho from United until they move a player on to get themselves the right side. The same with Xavi Simons. Chelsea are trying to sell Nicholas Jackson to either Villa or to Newcastle. Villa can't buy Nicholas Jackson because they're in the same sort of boat as Chelsea are, and so they need to sell someone first. Who are they selling? As I told you, Amadou Onana might be the guy. And he might be going to Newcastle for 6 months before he finds his way back into the Premier League in a little while. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about all this stuff, because this is a Tottenham stream. But point being that we could go after Garnacho if we wanted to. We could go after Xavi Simons if we wanted to, because Chelsea can't get the deal done. Although, do you want a player that doesn't want to be here? We heard today from Thomas Frank. He said, I'll make it very plain and simple for you. We don't want players who don't want to be here, who don't want to play for this fantastic badge. And that, I think, is telling a tale of its own that Eberechi Eze, as much as Johnny tells me that he knows that's not the case, I don't know what Johnny knows. I don't know. I'm not there to see. And so I'm going to go on my own speculation here. I think that Eze may have signed for us, but it would have been settling. He wanted to go to Arsenal all the time. So that whole meltdown on Twitter that was going on 2 days ago bore off a little bit. Let's just move on. The guy didn't want to be a Tottenham player. Anyway, I'm going to come and say hello to everybody in the chat, and we've got lots to talk about. We've got Kang In Lee. Did I talk about this one yet? The PSG guy, right? Korean player. PSG looking to sell him. 50 million quid. I've got his stats for you. Ratatata. Also, does it make sense from a case of Sonny going, maybe, just maybe, Daniel Levy wants to kind of keep that cash cow that is the Korean market very moist. Are they as popular, or are they as into Lee Kang-in as they are Sonny? Probably not, but I'm sure he'll still draw a lot of attention and maintain that fan base. Is that an option? Well, I'll tell you what, I don't mind him, although I've got a little bit of question mark around whether or not he is the right guy. But listen, Kang-in Lee is incredibly versatile. He can play as a winger, he can play as a 10, he can even play as an 8 if necessary. He's physical enough, even though he's in a slight frame. And I've got his stats to show us. We also have, as I said already, the story about Tyler Dibbling, that's gone. So we haven't got to worry about that anymore. But we do have an interesting story with regards Como and Nico Paz. Spurs have made direct contact with Como and Real Madrid to ask conditions of a deal for Nico Paz. The reason why Real Madrid are in there is because the deal is very complicated. I've actually got the story for you. I'll come to it in a minute. But where are my manners, guys? Where are my manners? Please do smash the like button for me. Hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell and drop a comment or two. Let me know your thoughts on today's show as we go through. Let's go. I haven't even had a drink yet. What am I doing here? Nice. Dibbling to Everton, here we go. Thank God, says Aidan. Big up to you, Aidan. Big up to you. Big up to you, Jess. Good to see you. Good up to you, John. Even to you. Everton doing God's work, says Flips, 100%. Let's go, Melbourne Mimi. How are you, my man? Big up, Deathly Main. Good to see you. Give me good news, Sean. I need a ratatata. Can't give you a ratatata tonight, but I can give you a couple of ratatantalizing stories because I'm a big fan of Lee Kang-in. Are you? He's a very clever player. Sort of player that you'd like to see tested in the Premier League. £50 million? We'll talk about it. Well, 12:30. Yes, Sean. What's 12:30? Is that where you are in the world? How much what I'm talking about? 12. What does 12:30 mean? Why is there 12:30 being said? What have I done? I forgot what's happened now. I don't know what I've said there. Is that Dibbling news true? Apparently so. Is Dibbling going to be our record transfer? No, he is not, Gary. No, he is not. Evening, Sean. Bozo here. Did I call you a bozo, Alpesh? Well, you know, don't be a bozo. I don't mind, mate. It's all banter, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's all banter, bozo. Just gone to Everton, Gary. 100%. It's always soon with you, Sean. I'm just talking about what's in the news, Grant. Nothing to do with me, mate. I'm not an ITK. I'm not involved with the club. Although, as much as the Levy Outers think I'm on the payroll, I'm certainly not. Slip and Coy's in the house. Be up to see you, Slip and Coy. Great to see you. Great to see you. Great to see you. We got a super chat from my man Dean Lawski. Who fancies a pint? My round. Let's get the night started. Appreciate you, Dean. Choo choo to you, my man. Choo choo to you. Cheers, everybody. Something about that first one, that first Thatcher's. After that, goes downhill, gets a little bit sickly, but you carry on. The first one, though, ta. Moses Rankin. Loving your channel, Sean. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you very much, mate. Loving I appreciate your appreciation. How about that one? Nico Paz is what Lemursade is saying. Have I said that name right? Lemursade. What a name that is. Top bloke, says Mark. Thank you very much indeed, mate. I still think we will get at least 2 players in. Who they are, I had not got a clue. Did you hear he said today, Thomas Frank, he said, I haven't actually heard him say it, but I've read it. He said, I'm very confident we'll get a player. A player? No players? Players? Could do with a bit of plurality there, couldn't we? One person? At this stage, though, right, if Thomas Frank is saying, he said it before, I don't want people that don't want to be here. You've got to be the right player, not just anybody. Even Oliver Glasner said it today when he said, look, we shot ourselves in the foot, basically. We've only got ourselves to blame. We knew that Eze would leave, or probably leave, and now we don't have any time to bring in a replacement. And he said it's easy to bring in anyone. It's easy to bring in players, but it's got to be the right player. That's why I hope that Tottenham have got plan C, D, and E lined up, because if they're scrambling, then it just doesn't feel like Tottenham. Here's what I would say, right? People always, I always say, like, watch my channel. I always criticize Daniel Levy. Here's a criticism for you. I don't think he employs enough people to be part of the technical team. Like, you look at how much business Chelsea do. I just don't think that there's any way, shape, or form that only one person can be negotiating all that business. Same with Nottingham Forest. They brought in like 5 players in 4 days or something. I'm sure these deals take time to work itself out and all that, but I just feel like there's probably more, many hands make light work kind of thing. I think Daniel Levy's used to keeping a very tight ship because he likes to have his hands on everything. I think the idea of like bringing in people that he can't control everything, he can't control everyone. I think that's a massive problem, especially if you're going from, it's different if you're a £100 million business or a £50 million business, but a multiple £1 billion business, you need to be able to take your hands off the reins. And I don't think he does. And that's problematic for sure. That's like Lloyd Hope in Aspen that Levy won't be involved in the transfers this week, Shawnee. Lloyd's Hope in Aspen. So you tell him? Oh, this one. I'm glad I figured that one out. This one.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah! Found it, Brian. I found it. I knew what you were talking about. Good to see you. What we do? He's joining Nicky Gardner having a beer or two. Let's go. I started an hour ago, says then Magaddis. Good to see you. How to keep track of your ta-ta-ta-tas. Perchy's in the house as well. Big up to you, Perchometer. Get yourself on, lad. Links in the description if you want to come on. Links in the group thing. Sober after 4 pints. No, I didn't really have 4 pints earlier. I didn't. I had the dregs of a can from last night at lunchtime with Johnny. And then I had, I think I had one of these. That doesn't touch the sides for me. Yeah. So, I didn't really. Sean, I'm with you, mate. Big up to you, Ziggy Stardust. Good to see a cheeky Palmer bid. You'd love to see that. How much do you reckon that would cost? Huh? How much do you reckon Cole Palmer is worth? I think you can make the argument that Cole Palmer's worth more than Florian Wirtz. He's Prem proven. Florian Wirtz isn't yet. Really hope we get the Savio deal done, says AJ Healy. 100%. 100%. Got a second super chat. I didn't see it. Sorry. The Joker says Arsenal made Eza disappear quicker than my pencil. Very good. Very good. I feel like I've been poked in the eye with something sharp this week after all that. How old is Lee Kang-in? Lee Kang-in, my man, is 24 years old. He's still young. He's still young. I don't think he's as weak as like everyone thinks that Korean players are just not strong enough. He's small. He's like 173. So what's that, like 5'9" or something? But he's a handy player. Very, very good. Would he come to Tottenham though? Would he come to Tottenham? Just go balls out for Savinho, says Robbo. 100%. I'm up for it. I'm up for it. Thank you very much for that super chat, by the way, Joker. Appreciate you very much. Lee Kang out, says Drew. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, Drew? You want to come on, buddy? Get yourself on, lad. Hang about. Someone's texted me something. Someone's texted me something. Is something happening? Something happening? Nah. Nothing's happening. He's effing around. Showing live on BBC iPlayer, by the way. Who is? I am. I've got that Mark Goldbridge gig. I say it's so good. Don't tease, Sean. Yeah, sorry, guys. Sorry. Thought you had news. Panel show. You're off. All right. See you later. There is news out, by the way. There is news, but he only comes in because he wants to see other people talk. Go to their fucking channels then, you bozo. Where did I get to? This is what I'm doing. Let's go and... what's on I want to know what's on iPlayer, though. Can we start an internet rumor tonight? See how far we can get it going. I'm still trying to get Ezequiel Palacios going, mate. The only person that's been helping me out with that one is Alan M. Alan N's been helping me out non-stop with that, and it almost got as far as to be getting around Twitter, but it didn't really. What is going on iPlayer? Sean Butler logic. Sean Butler logic with a picture of someone else. You just texted me. Romano improved bid. Let's go. Yeah, let's talk about this. Let's get some things up, shall we? Let's get some things up. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Here we go. 22 seconds ago. Bingo, bango, bongo. Tottenham are now prepared to improve their bid for Savinho over 70 million euros after the game this weekend. Manchester City hierarchy blocked all approaches in the last 10 days, but Spurs will give it one more try. So there is absolutely nothing new. Fabrizio Romano is shameless, isn't he? Because he knows he probably makes like 500 quid out of every single tweet that he puts out. So he just repeats the same shit over and over and over again. But Tottenham are about to try to break our own transfer record. Now, I would love it to be true. I would absolutely love it. First of all, because it's great news for Tottenham. Second of all, because it ticks that double bomber for me of I said that there'd be a club's new highest earner and or a club's new transfer record. And we've already got the new highest earner in Romano at 205 grand a week. Never been beaten. Congratulations to Romano. And we also have, hopefully, we're going to have a new record. But I don't think 70 million euros is going to do it. I think they're going to need to be closer to 80 million euros. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Where's my notifications just gone? Here we go. We're going to talk about the Man City game as well in a minute. Here we go. Understand Tottenham. Oh, this is the one, isn't it? Yeah, he's just on his YouTube. Xavi Simon starts for RB Leipzig as he always wanted to respect the club until the end, but his plan remains clear: join Chelsea before the window shuts. So you might as well knock him off then. He's not coming, is he? Timothy's still on the. He's still getting pelters all day long. All things galore. Where's my? This is what I was. Sorry, this is what I wanted to do for you. This is what I want to show you. This is it as well. Sorry. Spurs have made contact with Como and Real Madrid to ask conditions of a deal for Nico Paz. Now, what's interesting about the Nico Paz story, guys, right? Check this out. So, and I have verified this, but I have just put it in here because it's a little bit easier to show you. Nico Paz's contract, right, includes clauses allowing Real Madrid to repurchase him from Como for a progressively increasing fee, starting at 8 million euros from now, 9 million in 2026, and 10 million in 2027, and to retain a 50% sell-on clause, meaning Real Madrid receives half of the profit if Como sells Paz to another club in the future. I mean, what an unbelievable deal that is for Real Madrid, and I think for Como as well, right? Because Como have got a wonderful player. But here's the thing. Tottenham apparently have... where's the other one? I'll come back to it in a minute. Tottenham... Como apparently value him at something like 60 million euros. Now, let's just say 70 million, just for argument's sake. If you want to buy him for 70 million euros, you're not going to buy him from Como for 70 million euros because Como would get 35 million and Real Madrid would get 35 million. What would happen is Real Madrid would just trigger the buyback now for 8 million or 10 million, whatever it was. What did I say it was? 8 million. So they can buy him back for 8 million now and then sell him to us for 70 million and pocket 62 million. So in reality, you're not really dealing with Como in this bid. You're dealing with Real Madrid because it makes so much more sense for Real Madrid to just buy, for us to deal with Real Madrid and then for them to take the player back from Como and then sell him to us because they get much more of the profit. If that is true, as I understand it. So is that buyback clause for Real only valid in the summer? What do you mean? It's only valid in... I don't know if it's only valid in the summer or if it's valid in January as well, but it's not... So they can't do anything about it, from September until December either way. Como aren't daft, but we are. Nico Paz, Nico Spaz, Nico Spurs. Paz deal will not happen, and I will lose zero sleep over not another kid who's had one good season. Fair enough. Fair enough. Lose sleep over something else. Lose sleep because you drank too much. Lose sleep because you had a bad curry. Lose sleep because you're dreaming of a hat-trick tomorrow for the Tottenham, for Mathys Tel. The buyback starts next year. Apparently not, mate. Apparently not. Apparently it says here for a progressively increasing fee starting at 8 million for the summer of 2025, which is now. So I think that's right. But I guess maybe Real Madrid just want to bring him back anyway. But I think what I'm saying is right. That basically you're not dealing with Como. You're dealing with Real Madrid because he's essentially their player at a ridiculously low valuation. It's just like a long loan, isn't it? Like an ongoing, impermanent loan that comes with ridiculously cheap sort of targets. Can a player be transferred twice in one registration period? Yeah. Because remember, that's what happened with Romero, right? Romero was with Juve and he was on loan. No, sorry. He was on loan at Atalanta, won the defending player of the year. And then Atalanta triggered. Oh, no, sorry. It wouldn't be. Yeah, he can be transferred twice. Yeah. Sorry, that's right. Because Romero was basically signed permanently by Atalanta and then immediately sold to us. He can take his here he goes up his hole. Romano is washed now. Fucking hell. Everyone's out for it. Favourite gin, Sean? Gin rummy. I'm not really a gin guy, to be honest. They were just what was in the shop. That's a sugar-free one, isn't it? Gin and diet tonic. Because, you know, I'm clearly on a diet. I'm the sort of guy that goes to McDonald's and buys a large Big Mac, large fries, 9 nuggets, and a Diet Coke, you know, because I don't want to be greedy. Sure. Maybe they can loan him straight out with an obligation from us at the end of the season. Possibly. I thought you couldn't sell a player twice in the same year. No, that's what Atalanta did, right? Unless I'm mistaken. Someone correct me. Someone challenge me on this. Is it 2025? I must have drunk more than I thought. Spurs GC bit up. Graham's on the bodies. Nice, my man. Happened with Emerson Royale too. There you go. War Chill is not particularly optimistic. Oh, I don't know what you want to say, War Chill. This is what we do over here, mate. We're optimistic with slow gin. Yeah, slow gin's amazing. Or slew gin, however you call that. It's brilliant, isn't it? One question, Sean. Why do Tottenham always go to the complicated deals? I think it's just any deal's complicated with Tottenham, isn't it? Because I don't know. I don't even know why. I guess every deal is complicated, but we just don't pay attention to the other ones, do you? When you think about it, like how long did Gyökeres take? All summer, pretty much, didn't it? How long Garnacho, Simons, Mbumo, Isak, whatever. You know, they're all complicated, aren't they? Because a lot of the time there's just, you know, domino effects and things. Domino effects. What's going on now? My phone's going off about something. Nothing. No. Nothing. I'd get a Paqueta, then add Paz if that's good. Mate, Paqueta's a baller. I don't know why everyone's like, oh, don't want him because of gambling. Like, what are we doing here? I like a gambler. Shows he's a risk taker. And what did Ange say? What did Thomas Frank say? So if you don't take any risks, you're taking a risk or something. There is no risk without risk. Or there's risk in no risk. Paqueta knows all about risk. Clearly. 100%. De Ketelaere is better, said Danny Boy. Good to see you, Danny. 100%, mate. I like De Ketelaere as well, mate. I think it's quality. Quality player. Questionable whether he would translate into the speed of the Premier League, but I think he would be worth it. I'd take Lee Kang and Matt O'Reilly. Oh, really, O'Reilly? Matt O'Reilly at Brighton. He's done well. Didn't he get like 12 points in the FPL last week or something? You love me, Megan. You love me. Love you too. Careful though. Is that your boyfriend? It looks like he's got fairly big fists. So keep that stuff to yourself, Megan. All right. Keep that stuff to yourself, love. Don't want any trouble around here. Anyway, what are we doing here? I've said Asensio for the longest time. It's a nice name, isn't it, Asensio? Do you ever feel like when you were at school, like did someone in your class have like just an awesome name? Like Federico or Valentine or Valentino. I was always like Sean. It just doesn't... But boring, isn't it? You know? Bit boring. But Asensio. What a name. My name is Marco Asensio. Oh, fantastic. Absolutely sensational. Big fist. Flappy gash. Jesus Christ. Massive outie. Massiveoutie.com. I've said Asensio too. He'd be a decent loan to patch any failed transfers that could happen. Sean, can you hurry up? Mate, do you know what, Grant? Isn't it mad, mate? The amount of heat, the amount of shit. Do you know the stuff that people were sending me? I hope Bugsy Malone gets hit by a truck. You fat, Levy, dicks in all this. I'm like, what are we doing? You're angry with Daniel Levy and you want my dog to die. Jesus Christ. That's kind of one of the reasons why I don't think I could ever get on board like the Levy out movement. Is because of the way that I've been abused by that kind of minority within it. They're absolutely disgraceful. And it's not just now, it's happening for 3 years. You know? There's like a not insignificant percentage of people either that happen on Twitter. But some of the shit I get sent, like sometimes I close my eyes when I go into, I don't know if you guys know how YouTube Studio works, but like you go into the comment section and you see all the comments that haven't been flagged. And then you go to the ones that haven't been approved yet. And then there's two sections, right? There's one that's like just been flagged because it's, you know, the AI of YouTube thinks that it's potentially like rude or whatever, or potentially just, you know, spam or something. And then you've got the bit that's hidden and you click on that. And then there's just comments that are just absolutely vile. And, yeah, like I don't know what it is. I think it was just that someone made that. I think it was Danny Kiriakou actually. Danny Kiriakou who made that picture of the Coldplay mirror scene, and he put me and Daniel Levy together and put my chairman on it. So I just found it funny and put it up on Twitter. And then someone else, a lady who's normally in here, I forget her name right now off the top of my head. She turned it into a video of me and Daniel Levy having kissed. So I just share it as like funny. Like just like, you know, just a bit of banter, and people take that. And then when something bad happens and Daniel Levy blows off about something and, you know, does the bozo, fucking hell, people! Like the amount of shit, I had like 7 death threats. People are so weird. People are so weird. So I didn't do it. I just don't happen to think that Daniel Levy is as bad a chairman as you do. Die, you fat git. Unbelievable. What are we saying here? We had a Lynette at school. She was a tasty bit of scratch. Nice, Phil. Nice. A tasty bit of scratch. Sean, what do you think about Antonio Nusa? There's a guy who used to play alongside at Bruges named Andreas Skov-Olsen. Mate, I'm very familiar with both of them, buddy. I've talked about Andreas Skov-Olsen on this channel for the best part of 3 years, mate. I've always loved Skov-Olsen. I think he's awesome. He's still a baller, by the way. He's still smashing it out of the park at Bruges. And he does it at the... Let's get his stats up, shall we? Let's have a look at Andreas. I'm going to come to... the Kang, the Lee Kang-in thing in a minute. Let's have a look at Skov-Olsen. How's he getting on? Stats. Let's go to all seasons. Okay, so Skov-Olsen got last season he's a winger, by the way, but he plays, look at that, he plays fucking everywhere. But he's mainly a right winger. But he can do about a bit of everything. In his career, he's played 182 games as a right, or 224 games as a right side, and he's got 90 goals. So like a goal, just under a goal every other game. Basically, what's that? So 80, 91, 132 GA. Is that right? 122 GA from 220 odd. So over a goal, a GA every game, every other game. At Bruges, he's done 79 GA in 124 as a right winger. For Bologna, he did 8 in 71. Not great because that was before he went to Bologna with too young, then he came back, and then he did very well in Denmark as well. He's still an absolute baller. I don't know if he's like good enough at the top level, but I think he would be. Let's have a look. Champions League, 6 games, no return. Conference League, 7 games. In 23-24 in the Conference League, he got 6 GA in 7. Brilliant player. I love him. I think he's so good. Oh, Drew's in the background.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Oh, mate,
How long have you been in the background for?
Oh, just a couple of minutes. I was getting my Rory Jennings fancy dress on. How you doing? You bellend Rory Jennings. I fucking hate him. How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm all right. It's been a week, isn't it?
It has been a terrible week, mate, isn't it, really?
A week. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I prefer to look on the bright side, mate. You know, I've still got 2 hands, 2 feet. It is what it is. I'm sick and tired of listening to people just grown-ass men will cry, "Oh, you're not coming to our club." I'm over it, Sean. I'm over it. I'm past it.
Honestly, mate, some of the babies. Twitter is full of rude babies, mate. They're like this. They're filthy. Like it's not just people that are on one side of the. It's the energy that Twitter brings. It even brings it out of me at times, and I have to sit there and stop myself. And go, what are you doing? You don't know who this person is. Why are you about to respond to their idiotic comment, letting them know how much of a moron they are? Like, stop it,
mate.
Sean.
The amount of times I don't know. I find it quite cathartic. I sit there and I'll type something out, and I'll be like, "You fucking," and then I just delete it, and I just don't allow. Do you know? I get it out, and I just delete it, and I don't allow myself to fall into the cesspit. Big up to everybody in the chat. Smash the like button. It's good to see everyone. Hope everybody is well. Oh dear. Yeah. What are we doing?
Well, mate, we're talking about. We've just been talking about Skov Olsen. You know my boy Skovy.
I do love a little Skov Olsen. I tell you what else I like, and I think a Newcastle sniffing around him. My boy at Wolves, Strand Larson.
That's
another one. I love him. I think he's going to do bits the next couple of years. I hope he rejects them as well. God.
Yeah. Do you think Newcastle United will figure out their window before Tottenham do?
Yeah, no. Yes, probably. I can see. I can kind of see it dragging on a little bit, to be honest with you. Especially, like, I don't know, time seems to fly at the moment, especially when you've got stuff, you've got pressing stuff that really needs to be done. I know they say, patience is a virtue when time is of the essence, I think the quote is, but I don't know the way that this lot do things in the background. I just think, you're not supposed to put all your eggs in one basket, and I think we're a little bit guilty of that at the moment. I'm in agreement with you as well. I was listening to you and Johnny earlier, and love Johnny a bit, regardless of the fact that he says El Nori instead of 8 Nori, and things like that. I love him to bits.
He butchers half of the names on the players out.
Yeah, I mean, it's part hilarious and part infuriating. Like, it's one of my pet peeves, but I also love it.
Correcting him, mate.
Yeah, right.
I just let him go.
Part of the show. Can't help. I know he says that it was all but over the line, and he was going to come, and he was happy to come, and this, that, and the other. There is not a world in this universe, there is not a world in a multiverse anywhere where if push came to shove, he wasn't going to choose them over us. He might well have been happy to come with us, but as soon as the option was to go to one of the two, he was never in a million years going to choose us over them. So, and I believe, unfortunately,
even if Tottenham triggered the release clause, Crystal Palace would have phoned up Arsenal and let them know, and then they would have done the same thing.
Did you read the Miguel Delaney piece in The Independent?
About which player?
About the whole deal, the way it went down, and the fact that Arsenal were back in on Wednesday of last week, regardless of what people and even as early as there's some people that even think it was the Sunday afternoon or the Monday after the game when Kai Havertz got injured. So, do you know, there's something I've said to you and I've said on a couple of shows that I feel like at times Levy has done things to sort of almost blackball himself or to alienate himself.
100%.
And I can't help but there's a part of me in my brain that almost thinks that they have legitimately just done this to make him look like an absolute idiot. Like I almost feel like Arsenal
100%.
and that like almost like weeks in advance.
Yeah.
Like let's just let it get as far as we can comfortably let
Fuck
it
him
get,
over. Fuck
and
him
then
up.
we'll just pull his pants down.
Yeah.
There's a
That's
part of me
honey
that
trap.
can't help thinking that. Yeah.
I 100% concur. And I 100%, and I'm happy to be wrong about this one, because usually when I put my neck on the line, it's something positive, and then when it doesn't happen, then you get the mud, right? But I'm happy to get mudded. Like, I'm happy to be mudded about Richalison if he bangs in a couple tomorrow morning. Happy. Like, more than okay. And then you know what? The fan base will be so delirious that they'll just give me a little gentle mudding rather than the one when everyone's furious at something. Let's go after Butler. Let's go after that fat prick who always defends Daniel Levy. Yeah, that sort of thing. On this one, I'm almost of the same. I 100% agree with you. I think that Manchester City are doing exactly the same thing. I think that Pep Guardiola wants to absolutely mud Daniel Levy right now. That is why I've been urging him to say, whatever your final number is, whatever your number is, make that offer tomorrow. None of this more like, can we do it like 2 million more, 3 million more? No, none of that shit. Just say, take it or leave it. But you need to let us know now.
Yeah.
85 million euros or whatever it is.
For sure.
And if they say no, go, okay, cool. See you later. We're done.
Done.
No more time wasting, because I think they are. And either way, by the way, even if he doesn't, if they go, okay, 85 million, we'll take it. He's still had his pants pulled down because the geezer's not 85 million pounds worth of talent, but at least he's coming home with the bacon, you know?
Right.
Whereas
do you think maybe because Pep's, they've done some really good business. Fucking Tijani Rinders is where if they can get him and Rodri firing in a 6-8 thing, it's going to be, to their midfield is unreal. But do you think there's a chance Pep's looking at Liverpool and now looking at them like up the road that have just picked up, I wouldn't say their final piece, because I still think they're light at 9. But do you think there's a chance that he's looking at those guys strengthening and going, you know what? Actually, I think we maybe do need a Rodrigo rather than a Savio right now. Like, we do need to elevate. So we're going to string them along for as long as we can. We're going to get as much as we can out of them. And we'll do that because they're not absolutely, they don't need to absolutely get him in.
Yeah.
But we absolutely need to get somebody in. So I can see a deal being done where they pull the trigger on Rodrigo because they need to level up their front line compared to what the others have done. And I think there's a chance we get Savio, but I think it'll be last minute. And I think there's even a chance there'll be a buyback or something. So I don't know. I think other people moving are maybe going to make Man City move in that direction, whereas I don't necessarily think they would have. Like, if we'd have got Eza, I'm not necessarily sure that they would be as worried maybe about that lot as maybe they are now. Yeah, I think quietly people have been doing some really good business.
Yeah, listen, I think that I think that's the plan, isn't it? To get absolutely as much of the Rodrigo fee paid for by Tottenham Hotspur as they possibly can.
Yeah,
you know?
For sure.
They have to move quick though, mate, because Liverpool are currently, and so are Arsenal. Apparently, Rodrigo's agents have flown to London. Apparently, it's now Penny Sahabi, the super agent. Once again, that geezer, or is it George Mendes?
Either way, mate. I think
it's Penny Sahabi, right? But if it is Penny Sahabi, it's insane. That guy gets rolled in just like, it's madness. I don't understand. Well, I'd love to understand what it is that he does that other agents can't do. What is a super agent? It's like an agent has to do.
He opens up his jacket and gets out a gold pen and just hands it over. And the player signs with it. They give it back. They go, "Thank you, Mr. Zahavi." And he puts it back in his pocket. And he says, "No problem."
Out of it.
Exactly.
Like Leroy Sané, right? Leroy Sané had the same agent for pretty much his whole career. Mm-hmm. And then a week before, he gets released on a free transfer and then ends up going to, where did he go? Galatasaray in the end or somewhere?
Turkey, innit? Turkey,
yeah.
And you know the thing with the tax in Turkey, because I know you keep bringing it up. Did you know that the tax, obviously I know that there's a different tax bracket for football players, but did you know that the tax bracket is especially for foreign football players? Like, they have one bracket for the domestic lot, and then they actually have a separate bracket for the foreign players, which which is what is making them go over so much. Like even more so than the guy, even more shameless, dude. I'm like, what are we doing?
Britain's immigration policy, you know?
What are we doing?
The British homeless, you're not over there. Come on in.
right.
That's getting me cancelled for sure. Luckily, I've already cultivated a fairly woke-free audience. But
absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way. I just somebody mentioned in the chat here, and it's a name that I've mentioned to you a couple of times because I want to see this at the I want to see the 6 and the 8. Paqueta, Paulinho Paquetá in a 6-8 combo. What's do you reckon the likelihood of Wet Spam doing anything with us again? I mean, they are desperate for some money, aren't they?
If we'd have called it the triple P, Paulinho, Paquetá, and Paz.
Or Paulinho, Paquetá, and Pape Matar Sarr.
That'll do as well.
There's a song in there somewhere. I'm telling you.
All the P's.
Yeah, right.
A couple of super stickers or super chats to get through, my man. Just give me 1 second. Where did we get to? We did the Who Fancies a Pint from Dean. We did the Joker. Kieran Dallas, big up to you, Kieran. He says, realistically, whoever comes in will be a panic buy. Yeah, but there's like panic buys you'll tolerate and panic buys that you won't. If we end up with El Canus, that's a panic buy that go, oh God, here we go. Nobody panic, everybody panic. Whereas if we get a Paz or Akliush, those sorts of levels, I'm okay with the panic if that's where we go. Thank you very much, Kieran. A user 4872 says, wonder if tomorrow results influences the Savio deal. Yeah, but in what way? If we spank Man City 3-0, are they going to turn around and go, yeah, no, you can fuck off. You're not getting Savio after that. And if we lose 3-0, Savio goes, yeah, you can fuck off. I don't want any piece of that.
or he goes, I'm walking straight on that left wing.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm walking straight into that.
100%. Big up to you, AUs. Thank you very much. And he's also met with another one, says, what's up with Rodrigo loan and Liverpool jumping in? Yeah, apparently Tottenham were having conversations about a Liverpool loan, a Rodrigo loan, and then as soon as that story happened, Liverpool also put up the phone and said, "Wow, we can do that." You know, we're just getting gazumped at every corner, aren't we, mate? We're getting little broed by absolutely everybody this week. It's been a disaster. Like the Kudos story was brilliant, and then no one got a chance to celebrate it because the next day it was Tottenham were in talks with MGW. Tottenham are done. It's done. Here we go. It was like, oh my God. Then there was 2 weeks of shit. Okay, let's move on. Then we had the 2 weeks of Eze. That's turned to shit. Savio's been dragged on and on and on. I think that's not going to, I hope it does. I hope I'm wrong. Back to the point I was making. I'm happy to be muddied, but part of me is terrified that Pep Guardiola's going, let's absolutely pull his pants down. I don't know what I'm doing there. Spanish accent's harder than you think.
South African, is he?
Yeah, just a lot. So let's pull his pants down, right? Proper. Big up to you, user. Thank you very much indeed. And then we got one from Oscar. He put in a super sticker. Big up to you. The super sticker train has commenced. Big up to you, mate. Thank you very much, Oscar. Very much appreciate that, mate. Thank you, buddy. And Adam, where are you from, Oscar? You in Ireland, mate? Or whereabouts are you? Let me know. We'll pick you up on the train. And then Adam Stocks has come in. Big up to you, mate. He says, Dibbling to Everton agreed. Is that a bit of a... Is this one of these, mate, is it? Is that one of the... I'll probably use this one.
You better watch out for the pothole, 'cause it's something to avoid. Don't ignore all his issues. Don't ignore all the noise.
Is that a pothole or is it just a lucky escape?
I'll tell you what, it's the junction just down the corner of my road is what that is right there. Fucking hell, mate.
What bad in America as well?
Oh, PTSD what I've got. It's the weather. It goes from so hot to so cold. Like you can't keep anything level. Everything cracks. It's awful. Right. But yeah, do you know what? I don't know. I'm obviously for the right price. He's obviously a very interesting up and coming prospect, but that's the problem. We're in a position now where the way that the board have acted, the majority of, let's say, the majority of online fans, because that's the only sort of variable that I've really got, is everything that I see online. I can't obviously go to the games. So it's obviously not good enough right now. So if we were absolutely flying, if we were 6 months into a Thomas Frank reign, if everything was going well and we were picking him up for, I don't know, 30 million plus some add-ons or a sell-on fee, it wouldn't even make a ripple.
Yeah.
The fact that we're with the squad that we're drastically underpowered for what we've been told is the direction that the owners want the club to go in. So it's the scenario that makes Dibbling a bad signing. It's not the player that makes Dibbling a bad signing.
Yeah.
So I can't be hard on the kids, you know. I think he'll do really, really well at Everton. I think he's under the perfect manager. So yeah, I think best of luck to the kid.
Best of luck to him. I completely agree, mate. Yeah. I think he got a bit of a, I don't know, like just being put into like some sort of bucket of like one to avoid. I'm not really sure why. I think you're right. I think you hit the nail on the head. Thank you very much for the super chat, though, Adam. And then Hayden's come back in saying Paqueta is the answer. Plays 10, covers 8, and he's 27. Please. I'd take him in a heartbeat. Is he your guy as well, yeah?
Yeah, I think
How
so.
much
I think.
it will cost?
Do you know how many years he's got left on his contract off the top of your head?
I can find out. He has got he has 22 years left.
Apparently he's just scored an absolute banger against Chelsea.
Is it offside?
I don't know.
Was it 1-0 West Ham, is it?
You know what? I should be watching. I didn't even realise there was a game on.
I've got it on in the background.
Poor show. No, apparently he's bang one in. I mean, I would go in with a cheeky bid that they can't really, you know, they'd have a hard time turning down. I mean, 2 years left is the new 1 year left, right? Because it's usually at this point where it's either you got to give me something, you got to really, really give me a nice fat signing on or a nice fat bonus. Otherwise, I'm definitely not going to sign, and I'm only going to lose value from here on out. So, I think if we put, if you put in 50, I don't think 50 is unreasonable. The problem is now, it's like everyone's been discussing, like you mentioned earlier. Everyone knows we got money now, so they're going to try and take us for everything. But I can also see him being the sort of guy that's like, you know, if push came to shove, I can see him maybe wanting to make some noise to get out. And the fact that, like you say, you got the World Cup coming up, he gets to team up with possibly Savio, possibly Rodrigo, if we do that loan.
His mate Romero.
Romero. We got the Pigeon up front. So it's not like we don't have sort of a little Brazilian contingent. Yeah. So I don't know. But yeah, he was definitely one because he's the, Sean Butler quote, the connector in chief. I think he would do it. I think he does it. I think he would do a fantastic job because he can receive the ball fantastically. He can turn very well. He can spray the ball out to the wings. And that's one thing that I discussed with you on the show a week or so ago about Eze. And that was my concern with him, that if you did go down the road of having the Kudus, Eze, Savio axis, then it was all very much kind of on the ball, run at people, on the ball, head down, run at people. And I think we need a pings a lot.
Yeah, I agree, mate. I completely agree. I've been calling for this guy ever since I knew that we could go and I thought no chance we'll ever get Kudus. And then when you go and get Kudus, you're suddenly like, well, we can get Kudus, then can we go and get Jared Bowen? Can we get Paquetá as well? You know, then people saying pack it in, Sean. But you know, I listen. I think he's probably just added 5 million quid to his fee in that absolute screamer. Let me finish off these super chilly chit chats. But yeah, Hayden, big up to you, my man. Thank you very much indeed. Also, deadline day. Matt C from Canada. Big up to you. Says deadline day. Dele Alli signing incoming. with like a Hayden Hackney. Has Hayden Hackney gone yet, mate?
I thought.
Did
I
Hayden
know
Hackney
there
leave
was. I know there were I know there were movements, or somebody thought that they'd signed him, but I don't think he's actually gone yet.
No, he hasn't gone yet. West Ham are considering signing £20 million midfielder Hayden Hackney. Everton
Well,
also
just-
eyeing Hayden Hackney. I reckon
Just get
Tottenham
it
might go
done.
and get him. You know,
Get it
Tottenham will go.
done.
Right, we can get Tottenham can go and get you a Savinho and then a Hayden Hackney, and people will be like, yeah, okay. You know,
Right.
if it's just Savinho, £20 million not that much money. He's a very good player.
It's really not.
Very
I didn't realize he's 23. I mean, that's a decent age. That's not too young. He's had some decent experience.
Yeah, mate. Explain this to me, mate. What is this? By the way, can you hear my TV through the microphone at all?
No, you're good.
Cool. What is this obsession with like 18, 19 and 20-year-olds? Is it just because you can, if you've got the money to do what Chelsea are doing, then you can just go and buy as many of these guys as you want and it doesn't affect your squad registration? Is that what it is? Or
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, isn't it? It seems to be the thing at the moment. If you buy these players, especially the thing with Chelsea, Villa, Newcastle, and Saudi, that little weird little thing that's going on there, where they're selling each other players or pushing players out, even the player that don't even want to leave necessarily. Poor old Jacob Ramsey, like being essentially forced out of the club so that Villa can make the books balance. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think more and more now they're being treated like almost sort of commodities and stocks. I don't think it's helped with the situation with Bowley at Chelsea. I think him coming in somehow, even though I know you've had American owners and American investors for a while, but just these sort of long-term contracts and almost, I look at Chelsea and it reminds me of almost like some sort of American sport, just in like almost like a depth chart and almost just being so deep that you've got the ability to sort of almost like trade players with other teams. And I think that they would, given the opportunity, if you had enough American investment over here, I could see a potential scenario where they would almost like try to maybe even go in that sort of direction. Yeah. Which,
it becomes very tactical, doesn't it? It becomes incredibly like relationship based, using other teams, bit of back scratching, a lot of conversations all day, every day between each other, going, "What should we do? Is there any chance we think we should be doing this? I'll help you out on this one here, then you help me out on that one there." We're all somehow connected anyway by the tangled web of ownership.
Yeah.
Then you got
the length of contracts as well, because you find in American sports there's lots. Nowadays you obviously there's always been sort of shorter contracts, but you do get these sort of 5, 6, 7 year contracts, or you'll get max contracts where you've got your star player earning the most money. But then there's also, I know, like you say, like this you scratch my back, we'll scratch yours. We know you want this guy. How about you take these two guys? And I can see a scenario where they might even start doing sort of almost a free agency. Over here, they do restricted and unrestricted free agency, where it's almost like you get into the last year or the last 2 years of the contract. And depending on what was agreed at the beginning of the contract, if you're an unrestricted free agent, then you've basically got your pick of what you want to do. Whereas if you're a restricted free agent, it's almost like the club have the +1 and they can activate it as they want to. But that's more on like the club side of things. I can see it becoming more of a player thing, where it comes into the player's hands, where it'll almost be like, they'll sign a 5 or 6 year contract, but the last 2 years, like in the second to last year, it'll almost be like restricted free agent, where he can choose to sign for the club again. But if the club don't want him, then he can go out, or he can wait and go into the last year where it's entirely his decision what he wants to do. I don't know. It's just it's really interesting. I mean, you know, there's
I've
also a part of me that's like, well, it's changing football, and you know,
See, I like change. I don't mind as long as you have the ability to keep changing. Then, like some notion of like, you know, I think that there's a lot of problems. I think that I agree with Gary Neville that every player should have an automatic relegation release fee put into the contract. 1-1, I think that is now. Ciao, Pedro. Interesting.
I think someone said as well that Palmer pulled up before the game even started, so he was not even playing.
I captained him on my FPL this week.
Typical, isn't it? Typical.
Let me come back to that story. I just want to finish off these super chats. Paul Berger has put in, I think it's just an empty super chat. Thank you very much, mate. Very, very cool of you. That's a nice corner. That's a really, really well worked corner there. Thank you very much, Paul. Really appreciate you, mate. Very cool of you as well. And Vandal Ross said, cheers, Sean. Appreciate your content and opinions. Thank you, mate. Keep up the awesome work. I'll try to, mate. Thank you very much, buddy. Really appreciate you and everybody else for spending your Friday night here. We have got the West Ham game on in the background, but it's nice to just sort of talk about a few things. Yes, Drew, I think that there should be automatic relegation release clauses put into every player's contract to protect teams. I think that I would like to see a situation where every transfer in the future, nowhere near this now, but every transfer is a loan before it becomes a loan with either an option, where the team that's loaned the player has the first right of refusal, because sometimes you can get lumbered with players. I think that will actually motivate players a bit more to like not just sign and then put their feet up, you know. And I think that I think that you're right. I think that people like Todd Bowley are coming in with their kind of a different relationship with money and their experience of other sports, and just sort of bringing around the kind of shenanigans that exist in other sports. And not necessarily a bad thing, but it's very obvious that it's like a two-tier system of not of rules. Chance! Oh! Chance! 2-1! Wow! West Ham! What a game!
Damn.
What a game! Fulkrug! Gee whiz! Gee whiz, what a game! Didn't see this one coming. What was I going to say to you? I think I had 3-0 West Ham, 3-0 Chelsea on my on my prediction. I'll tell you what, you know, like this Daniel Levy thing, Drew. What I would say, mate, I feel like there's an analogy that I came up with earlier when I was on the toilet, and it was imagine if you're like a bodybuilder.
Oh, hello. Sorry.
You okay?
There you go. Sorry, mate. Yep. Sorry. I was putting the football on, but I didn't realise the volume was up.
Is it offside though? Might be offside. Shouldn't be. Hope not. Let's find out. If you're like a bodybuilder and you're trying to win like a bodybuilding champs, right? I feel like Daniel Levy's the sort of guy that's done everything natty, right? He's absolutely smashed his body. He's the best diet, all that stuff, and he is just in the best shape of his life. However, there's other people out there that are on steroids, and unfortunately, there's only so far that the human body can go. Yeah. If you're trying to win a tournament, everyone else is on steroids. There's only so far that you can go without taking them. And I kind of feel like Daniel Levy is probably like the best natural bodybuilder that there is. No, it's offside. If I feel like Daniel Levy's like almost like we can't. You might be able to win the occasional tournament here or there where other people might be on steroids, but not quite as like dedicated. You know what I mean? But if you want to win the big tournaments and everyone's juiced off their tits, Chelsea are juiced off their tits, right? United are juiced off their tits. Liverpool are juiced off their, you know what I mean? And so like I feel like Daniel Levy, maybe if he wants to go to the next level, he has to get on the juice. But unfortunately, he's afraid of needles.
I get where you're coming from. My brain is taking that analogy and breaking it down in like Levy's this kid from like this little town, and still using the analogy like he's the absolute best there is, and he's up on stage and there's like these 3 tiny kids next to him and he just wins, and then he goes to the regionals and then he goes to the nationals, but then as soon he gets to the Wells, he's like standing there and there's like 7 or 8 dudes around him and he's just like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I just here's the thing, right? I don't know what to believe in terms of exactly quite what's going on in the background. You know, like we've been told, I mean, obviously we know Vinay's coming in. We've been told about the Charrington guy. Donna Cullen no longer works there, although she was on the trip to Asia on the tour, which makes me think that she's just Levy's side piece. Like, I don't, Rod, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't
100%
know.
Mate. 100%.
Right.
Daniel
Right,
Levy's
so-
the Mrs. Levy ain't polishing his member enough or something, you know?
Right. So I just don't know, like,
Allegedly, Daniel, don't sue me.
Allegedly. So who is actually doing the deals? Like you mentioned, as I said, I was watching your show earlier, as I said, we were talking about what's his face has gone over to Denmark. Did he go for a little weekend away? Did he go because he was scouting somebody? Is the rumor true that he's actually slowly being pushed out and Paratici's coming back in? Like, you know, is it Vinay that's dropped the ball on these deals? You know,
I think Paratici's coming back.
I don't know.
But
Yeah, I mean,
until after the window closes, so we're gonna have to wait until January to see him in Accione. You know.
Well, that's weird. Why do we always see him on the phone then? Who's he on? What is he on the phone to? His nonna? Is not a nonna? And the man, and you make it a wicked pasta sauce, and nonna. I don't know if you'd ever say wicked. I don't know where that came from, but whatever. Yeah. I don't know. It's just
a couple of minutes earlier, right? I was on Football Inc. and we hadn't done an accent all day, and then I don't know how the conversation came up, but I think Johnny said something about like Tottenham are competing in like some tournament in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Something about the Congo came up, and I went. My instant reaction was like, "What is this? What are we doing?" I know it was about. Sorry, it was. I know what it was. It was. We said, "Oh, are you watching the German game, the RB Leipzig game on Mark Goldbridge's YouTube tonight?" And then Johnny was like, "Yeah, sure." And eventually, mate, me and you are going to get something. And I was like, "Yeah, one day, mate." And he goes like, "Yeah, we're going to get the Democratic Republic of Congo League or something, right?" I said, "What is this?" They did my accent. And then a lad came into the comment section. I had never seen his name before, and he was a black guy, right? You can see my shit. And he just went, "Wow, oh," and then put some sort of emoji. And I was like, I had to stop and go, listen. If you're new around here, you don't know, but we do it. We go after every accent. We
mud ourselves all the time around here. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
It wasn't like that.
That's hilarious. Brilliant. Love it.
Yeah. We offend everybody in equal measure, I promise you.
Absolutely. Just to echo back to something that was said earlier. Bless her, there was this girl at school called Tracy, but she had a speech impediment, which obviously her parents wouldn't have known about. So she was Twacey. And I felt so sorry for that girl. So Twacey, if you're watching, big up, love.
Big up, Tracy.
Big up Twacey.
Reminds me of the Only Fools and Horses thing. Crying. Remember Only Fools and Horses?
Oh, I love it. Love it. Brilliant.
Greatest show ever.
Brilliant.
That would never do well in America, would it? No one in America would ever understand that humour, would they?
No. Do you remember they did that one? They did the one where they went to America, didn't they?
Yeah,
and they were on holiday in Florida.
In the Everglades.
Goddamn, you goddamn limeys. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
What are we saying about Lee Kang-in, my man?
I mean, I can hear a certain Eugene. Big up Eugene. I can hear. What is it? I can hear his words in my head. Not prem proven. Not prem proven.
Can we do a Eugene accent? Where's Eugene?
Do you know? I've actually tried and I can't, so I'm gonna absolutely butcher it.
Where's you? I don't know. Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm not even sure. Eugene, where are you? Where are you from?
Not proven. Are you still there, Eugene? That's not how we did. Yeah, let me show you his stats. They are very impressive.
Whose? Oh, Lee Kang-in.
Right. So this is against attacking midfielders and wingers. Have a look at this. Green
Have a
bar.
look at this.
galore.
Absolutely saucing.
Sourcing. Look at the passing stats. Ah-ta-ta-ta. It's just unbelievable. He's not very good at defensive stuff, obviously. He shouldn't need to be.
Rubbish.
On the ball all the time. He's just an absolute baller, mate. Absolute baller. And that's
You don't make me come on.
is he there, is he?
He is
Is he
there.
there?
Big up, Eugene. Big up, mate. He's the voice of reason when all of us are crumbling. Slightly on the
Slightly negative.
slightly negative. I mean, it's called a spade a spade.
I've seen
mean, but
I've seen
I mean,
the
I'm here-
backside of the battery fucking more positive than him, mate. So I mean,
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
what we doing
Absolutely
here?
love him to bits. Love him to bits.
Yeah, good to see you, Luke. You can come on if you want,
Do you
mate.
know what? I think at this point, we need a couple of warm bodies in. And is it ideal? No. But then also, if you do, there's the possibility of turning away an absolute nugget of gold, right? There's the possibility of just turning our noses up when really we don't know. It's just, I think for as many times people have taken a punt and it's gone, it's not gone quite as well as they'd hoped. More often than not, I mean, 65% of the Premier League is foreign players. I mean, something's got to be said for that.
But there's loads of players. There's loads of players that go from one Premier League team to another and absolutely have a nightmare. Let's be entirely honest. Richalison was that guy until about 12 days ago.
Yeah.
So
Very
you
true.
can't just, Prem proven doesn't mean anything. It's how it's horses for courses. It's
Absolutely. If you're good enough, you're good enough.
You're good enough. You're good enough. But it also depends. I think what's more important is playing in a team and a system that suits you more than playing in a league that suits you. And if you can find both, then you're cooking. Absolutely.
Catalysts, Sean. Catalysts.
Catalysts, mate. Catalyst versus what?
Consequences.
100%.
Yes, 100%.
100%.
Here's the prime example, right? Garnacho didn't have Premier League experience when he came to the Premier League, obviously, playing for United. And I think he's done in a team that has gotten progressively worse since he's gone there. Yeah. I actually think the kid can ball out. I think if you can drop the attitude, I've got no problem with an Argentinian. The foundation of this club has been built on many a decent Argentinian that's got a little bit about him. 100%. So I would take him in an absolute heartbeat. Could you see a scenario, right?
I want Savio, but if we don't, go and pay them 50 million quid.
Right.
Go and pay them 50 million quid. Just go and get it done. Or get him on a loan fee and pay his entire salary, whatever. But
is there a scenario? Is there a formation out there? Given that, from everything that I've been told, the professor, Mr. Frank, by all accounts, is a very, very good coach and a very, very good tactician. Is there a formation out there that negates the need for a true 10 for 6 months and basically has a bank of just a solid 3 in the middle, maybe, and just utilizes 2 wingers to knock in balls to the pigeon?
4-4-2.
Is it really? And it's basically just balls out and
4-4-2.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'd love to see someone bring back the old school 4-4-2.
I'm not opposed to it.
Let's play the 4-4-2 game, right? So your back 4 and your 1 and your goalkeeper.
Yeah.
As a left winger, you could use. At the moment, you could probably use an Udogie. Remember, we were using 4-4-2 with the days of Aaron Lennon, right? So an Udogie could be a left winger or a Savio, whatever. Right winger would probably be in that system would be still Kudos.
Yep.
And then you'd need it would just have to be.
It would just be Paulinho and Bentancur, right?
Yeah, and then the two up the top would have to be but you probably need a better striker. Well, yeah, you could do Solanke and Richarlison together. Fuck it, you could go to an old school 4-4-2, or you could do like Richarlison and Johnson, someone that can play off him, little and large, or Solanke and Johnson.
Do you know what I think you could do? Solanke and Johnson. Yeah,
like Emil Heskey and Owen used to be.
Yeah.
Solanke winning the knockdowns and Johnson just patting on and just tapping it home. How is it that in every random formation, Johnson is the beneficiary of someone else's hard work?
I'll tell you what, Johnson got a Johnson. All right. I don't know how he does it, mate. I don't know how he does it. That kid, I will say that kid's got something about him. He does not give a flying F what anyone thinks or says. I genuinely believe that. In all of his interviews, he just seems to have this, like, I don't know, there's just this air of just almost like, just a little bit of borderline nonchalant arrogance. I thought there was a bit about him in Europe, like the back end of last season, when he basically picked up a couple of yellows and got into some people when he didn't really have any need to, like picked up a needless yellow. And I just thought, I don't know. I know, I mean, we are all fully aware of his shortcomings, but there are far worse players that have had far better livings doing far less than Johnson did last season. So I don't know, man. I think if Frank can coach a few more tricks into him, and he can, I don't know. I mean, because the finish last week was fantastic.
Mate, fantastic finisher.
Yeah, if there's
got
something for him.
Anything other than confidence when the ball's at his feet.
Right.
Nothing at all. Right. The only problem is that when the ball's not at his feet, he doesn't do anything.
Right.
But maybe that's part of his game, Maybe it's that nonchalance, that laziness, that I don't give a fuck about doing anything else. Maybe he's taking that same approach. Because sometimes you got like Mathys Tel on the other hand that works fucking hard, but his mind is racing so much that when he gets into those positions, he's like overthinking it and panics. Whereas Johnson just is a lazy bastard, and he's so lazy even with the ball at his feet that he just doesn't care, and he goes in because it's just cool,
Right. Well, for this, maybe it's something to do with the Welsh disposition, right? Because for everybody that hates Ben Davies, every manager since we've had Ben Davies has had Ben Davies in their squad, and now we're at a point where Ange had him in the squad last year, and he must have been doing enough work for Ange to have kept him on the pitch. And Frank doesn't strike me as the sort of person that would, take fools gladly. So if he's not going to do enough on the pitch, he's going to get hooked pretty quickly. So he must be doing something right. And I don't know. I think, and this isn't aimed at anybody in particular, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I feel like we're in a time nowadays where people sometimes would rather die on a hill and be wrong than walk themselves back and say, do you know what? Actually, I think I may have spoken a little too soon. And I don't know why that is, because I have absolutely no problem. I've got no problem picking, holding my hand up and saying, do you know what? I was...
Neither do I in private. I learned my lesson a long fucking time ago, right? Is no... But it's like a politician. If you say sorry as a politician, or you answer a question directly, all that's going to happen is you'll get clipped up and abused for your honesty. There's no value in humility, mate. There is none. You're far better off racking your brains and dancing around the question, or dancing around, or moving the goalpost. 3-1. 3-1 to Chelsea. What a goal that is, by the way. What a goal. Enzo Fernandez. There is absolutely...
Potter's got to be the first one to go, isn't he? Potter's the first one. Sorry, can't crush you.
No, I think Nuno's going to be the first one to go.
Oh, well, I mean, that's probably of his own volition. I think Potter doesn't want to go, but I think he's going to go.
Stavio, fucking hell. What a play from him. Yeah, Potter's on his way out as well. There could be 2 sackings before September.
Fucking hell.
That's absolutely insane. Let me see that again before I carry on the point.
Yeah.
What's a play?
Hogwarts FC absolutely mudded.
Wow. Wowzers. There's no benefit at all to being honest, mate, and sincere and humble. and saying you got it wrong. No chance. You got to find it. You got to wriggle out of it because that's what. And no one else will admit it. No one else. Everyone's like, no, I'm more than happy to be wrong. They're not. Otherwise, they would say that they got it wrong more than they do. But you see the goalpost moving all the time. This is the thing that I wind people up because I can spot the goalpost moving in a debate. Like Lubo last night. Lubo on the Spurs 5 last night made one point about something, and then it was like, oh, wait a minute, that's not true because if that was true, then he's like, no, well it's also this. I was like, well that's a whole different conversation. No, and it's also that. Well, it can't be that and that.
Yeah, right.
I love paying attention in debates because it's most of the time because other people won't also just like be consistent. It's very easy to figure that stuff out. What do you just say?
Just imagine 34 minutes in and your home fans are already walking out. Absolutely shocking.
Talk Sport's going to be brilliant tonight on with Jamie O'Hara and his mate. Let me get a couple of super chats that's done here. I think I did this one as well. Vandal, thank you very much, mate. Coys NY. Hello, mate. He said, you said on Spurs 5 it didn't matter if I followed. This is my way of showing I value what you do, especially when we disagree.
Look at that.
And love, brother. Please, love, brother. Thank you. Hello, mate. I can't remember this one. Is this the one? Is this the guy? Are you the guy that said, I'm making clips about your BS? You're starting a channel and making clips about my BS or something. And if so, then I hope you can appreciate why I said to you, bro, like so many content creators or part-timers or whatever have made videos about me. Like, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. But I hope you can appreciate, mate. In the moment, like, the energy on the channel was pretty starch, mate. But respect to you, buddy, and it's all good, man. There's no hard feelings, mate. No hard feelings at all. But thank you very much for the super chat, and peace and love to you as well, bud. Dave Garrett, 7878. Big up to you, my man. Put in an empty super chat as well. Big up to you, buddy. Appreciate you. Go on the West Ham. Make it a game. Oh, it's just been absolutely bodied by Enzo.
Yeah.
West Ham fans are not happy, mate. Imagine if you lived far away from their ground. You travelled to go and see that team in that fucking stadium. And then you get to see them get... Oh, my God. Enzo, who's the geezer who just got bodied? He's twice the size of Enzo.
Oh, that was Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka. Yeah. Dude, I can see a scenario where I feel like West Ham and Fulham are going to be in trouble this year.
West Ham and Fulham. Yeah, I think West Ham, Brentford, and Burnley.
Could be three London clubs. Could be. Well, could be. Burnley. Well,
I think Burnley have done enough. I think Leeds will be fine. I think Sunderland will be fine. It's getting spicy in the game, though, here, Drew. Getting super spicy. Lots of tackles. Yeah, I think that there's three teams. I genuinely think that the relegation battle this year will be really tight between like maybe 6 teams. I think that Fulham, West Ham,
turned into a bit of a watch along, Sean. I say it's turned into a watch along, Sean, and now we've got the football being played very nicely across the back. They've got out to the right wing here, and he's played it down a bit.
What accent is that then?
I don't know. That's just my general football commentator. That's just a commentator voice. I don't know. That's just what I thought they sounded like.
Sensational stuff. Brentford, Wolves, brilliant. West Ham is
all right.
You think Wolves are going to go down?
Yeah, play along in the chat. See what we think.
Go on the Wan-Bissaka. You're in my FPL team. Stick it in. Decent ball. Not bad. Pick on it. Oh, timed that really badly. Tell you what, though, Paqueta's playing for a move, mate. He's playing for a move. He's just done an overhead bicycle kick. Good effort, son. Unbelievable, Jeff. Paqueta's just bet on himself.
Oh, he's trying.
Any news on signings, Andy Lester? Well, it looks like Tottenham are going to put in a club transfer record bid. Drew, you know I get so much pelters.
Absolute pelters, day, noon and night.
If by the end of the window, Tottenham do in fact have a new club's highest transfer record, and a new club's highest earner from 2 different players.
Right.
Is that not one of the greatest predictions from January, especially in line with the fact that Matt Law of the Telegraph has spent the entire year telling every Tottenham fan that we're broke?
Butler Damus, isn't it? Butler Damus.
It means more. This means something to me, man.
This one, it means more. I mean, you've been pretty consistent for God knows how long. People thought you were crazy. People called you a lunatic. I was there. People threw the mud. They weren't just pushing you. They threw mud on top of you. But you know, could happen. What's your take on? Let me ask you, because I know you've always been very, very upfront when it comes to Romero. Now that he has signed the contract, your captain, fully coys.
Yeah, fully coys. My captain. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Although I think he's fucking. If we don't sign anybody else, I think you're going to get more. We're going to get comment. He's going to be so pissed. I don't do I can't do Argentinian. I can't do a Spanish accent, let alone a South American accent. But I'd say it in his accent in my mind. Basically, I can't believe I got hoodwinked into signing for this fucking clown.
Yeah. I cannot believe that there was the thing when, and that sounds like Kermit the Bloody Frog. I don't know where I'm going with that. Fucking hell. Bloody hell.
Kermit the Romero. Jesus Christ.
Romero the Frog. Oh, no.
What's going on
here? Goodness.
Very cool.
Yeah, no, I do wonder if, I mean, I don't know. Is that really how? Because we obviously have this perception of how it is with players. But we don't really ever know. I mean, obviously, there's got to be. I don't even know if there would be disappointment. Like, there's so much coming and going. Like, would there really? Like, is he really gonna be super bent out of shape? I mean, I know I can't. I'm not going to allow myself to think that we don't do some form of business the next couple of weeks. I can't imagine that he has penned a new 4-year deal, by the way, and let's not get it twisted. Those people that, you know, those Forest fans that said Morgan Gibbs White signed a new contract, 1-year bloody extension.
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
Even worse than that is Leandro Trossard, who didn't sign an extension at all. Just
better terms. Like, what are we doing here? What is that all about? So
time.
yeah, the fact that he is actually, that he's penned a real decent contract. I can't believe he's done that on the basis of, he's been told we're going to get X and Y in, and we don't get X and Y in, and now he's going to throw his toys out the pram. I just don't see it. I think players are a little bit more, I don't know, clued up to things like that. They're obviously, I think if he genuinely didn't feel like the club were going in the right direction, there was plenty of opportunity to kick up a stink, either find a way out of the club or just say, I'm not signing, and just do the last year and probably be gone next year. So I just, I think there's more to it. Just like Transformers, more than meets the eye. You know? I don't know what that was.
More than
turning into a dickhead.
More than meets the eye. I always thought it was something in my eye for some reason. I don't know.
More than meets the eye.
Yeah. Fucking hell, long time ago. Apparently there's another goal coming, but I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it yet. The only thing I've got on my screen is a Thomas Tuchel. Looks like he's picking his nose. What is it with Germans and putting their fingers in places they shouldn't? Oh, Joachim Löw with his finger in his pants as well, didn't he, in the World Cup?
He's scratching his balls and smells it.
What is going on? I mean, we all do it. You don't do it on camera, do you?
He doesn't know he's being recorded.
He should know he's being recorded. Sean, if you're in a stadium with 70,000 people cheering a football match, you're being recorded.
Drew, I've got a camera on me right now, mate, and I was like, sometimes if I'm watching the screen, I forget what I'm doing, and I'll happily have a scratch in my arse. And
brilliant.
It's part of being a man. Part of being a man. Are you having a beer, by the way? Or it's too early with you, isn't it?
I don't drink anymore, mate.
Of course you don't. Yeah.
No, I'm having the old. I got my own. I got my medicine.
What's that you got?
We should start. We just need to sign off with a thing that says, "I'm high, and he's drunk. I'm high," and then you point to me and say he's drunk.
And he's drunk.
Yeah, I'm high, he's drunk. Brilliant. That's it. That's the new sign off from Butler and Boreham.
Nice. Sean, you there?
Yeah, we're there.
Am I there? I'm here.
Somebody, he was the one that asked earlier. I was actually going to point this out. Old Jordan Two Hots. He asked you. He mentioned earlier. He said, "Why do you look down on people?"
Who said this?
Jordan Two Hots.
Jordan, this guy.
Yeah.
Said, "Why do I look down on?"
He said, "Sean. He said, Sean. Why do you look down on people?"
In this chat.
Yeah.
Who do I look down on?
Is that he said that? No, he says, "Look, that's the impression." It's not. He doesn't.
That's the impression of who? Of Levy Outers who don't like me challenging their bullshit. What are we fucking talking about here? Like, whenever
I could have just ignored it. All right. Well, I'm sorry. We were having a conversation. He asked what was going on. My bad.
No,
I'll keep out of it next time. Keep out of it.
The impression, or that's your impression? Who I look down on? I challenge people if they come on if they go on camera and they have the confidence to go on to speak in front of thousands of people about their opinions. And they think they've got the confidence to do that, which is fair play. And you should also have the ability to be able to sustain an argument. And I just challenge their nonsense, or I challenge their argument. And a lot of the time, the reason I'm challenging it is because I think they're talking nonsense. That's not condescension. That is literally just the art of debate. And also, it's what makes people come back for the next time. Because if everyone always agrees, the world would be a fucking boring place, and there would be no point in any content anywhere, because all you'd have to do is live in your head, think what you think, knowing that everybody else thinks the same. There's no point in a conversation. But maybe you're heightist. Maybe you think I'm talking down to people because I'm 6'1", and maybe Lubo's a little bit smaller than me. I don't know. Is that what we're talking about?
You were going on earlier on. Who was it? 5'6", you said. I'm not trying to be heightist, but he is 5'6". Maybe that's what he was on about.
What's his name? Yeah, that's. How is it that I'm 46 minutes in here and I'm still at 3-1? Yeah, everyone else is saying it's 3-2.
I'm still at 3-1.
How is it 3-2 in someone else's world? It can't be 3-2. That was ages ago, by the way.
Hang on a minute.
I don't get it.
Nothing. I think we would go. I think it's we were being trolled, mate.
We're being trolled?
Yeah, it's 3-1 all day long.
It is still 3-1. Yeah, someone's winding me up.
Fake score.
Oh, it's you that's winding me up. There you go. You're going to go looking down on people. How about you stop lying?
This guy with his, you could have just ignored it, Drew. You could have just not typed it, Jordan. Fucking hell, what are we doing here?
Has he come back in with something else? He said something else too.
No, but big up. It's all banter, innit?
Yeah, all banter.
Oh, hello. What's going on here? Someone's.
Yeah. The people who don't like me, coincidentally, feel the same way that Stella and Lubo do about Twitter, about Daniel Levy. People who do like me, I would hope some of them are Levy out and that they just appreciate the content. But there's very few people that are not Levy out that I know of that can't stand me. And I've seen a lot of messages. When I look at the messages, every single one of their handles has got hashtag Levy out on it. So, there's a common theme in the hatred towards. There you go. He hates me more than Daniel Levy. I thought that's the way a lot of people actually.
Damn.
Is it 3-1 or 3-2? What's going on here?
No, it's 3-1.
Still 3-1.
Yeah.
Jordan, he's a Muppet, is he? Is he a Muppet? Yeah, maybe I'll just block him. Right?
Big up, Eugene. I'm Levy out, but I tolerate you guys. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Are you Levy out, Drew?
No, I'm Levy in.
You Levy in?
Yeah, I just wish. I mean, here we go. I'm not vehemently Levy in like he has to stay. I'm just not convinced that there isn't anybody out there that would do. I don't know. It's a tough one. I don't see anybody coming in that's genuinely got the club's best interests at heart. And I think genuinely deep down he does. And I know he's just very awkward and he's got a stupid way about him and he winds me up. But I can't help but think that I genuinely don't think the grass is necessarily greener.
I agree.
And I just, yeah.
I think he is my he is my like high school. You know, he goes to the gym every day. No, he goes to the gym every day. He works hard. He eats clean, and he's ripped. He's got like 6% body fat, but unfortunately, he wants to be a pro weightlifter, and he's got a phobia of needles. And everybody else at this stage is juiced up to the eyeballs. And I'm sorry, like the game is the game. So I don't want him to leave. I respect what he's done. I respect him. I don't not want him to leave though. If someone else was to come in who could take us to the next level, I'd be all about it. But I'm not someone who's just like anyone but him. No chance.
Yeah.
Even if he fucks up this window and we don't sign anybody else, I'll be angry as fuck. I'll be angry as everybody else. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to forget all of the things that I think he's done well over the last 25 years. I'll be more inclined to say, come on, mate, like time to go or step aside, or hopefully Vivian Lewis or whatever else can sort of take over, bring somebody else in and let someone with a better representation of risk do the things. But that doesn't mean like people expect that once you criticise, you therefore have to be Levy out because they've been right all along. And in my opinion, they haven't. The people that have been Levy out since Martin Jol, like
I understand the whole. Yeah, go on. Sorry, go on. Finish.
I was going to say, like, Daniel Levy treated Martin Jol like a sack of shit that day. Sacked him at half time. Disgraceful.
Yeah.
But if you've been Levy out from then, and then you've been pigeon minded all the way through, then you haven't given him credit for so much positive things that have happened in our football club.
Right.
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 Everyone says, "Oh, since we moved to the new stadium, it's been a shit show of decline."
Yeah.
We got to two European Cup finals in the last 6 years, you know, and the cup final in the domestic cup final as well. Like, it ain't that fucking bad.
There's a whole heap. I know. Again, this isn't aimed at anyone particular. This is all, just for the conversation. But I genuinely feel like there's a lot of flip-flops in our fan base, and it's the same group, and Ange Postecoglou put this perfectly last year when he said, if one game doesn't define me, if you thought I was a bad coach before this game, then you should think I'm a bad coach after it. And the same thing the same thing is this, like if you think he's a bad, if you were Levy out, or if you were Levy in the day before we were supposed to be signing Eza, and you were Levy out the day after, then you're a flip-flop.
100%.
I'm sorry. If that's what changes your trajectory and that's what changes your perception, then I can't have a conversation with you because you can't have a rational conversation with somebody that has irrational thought. And 100%. If you're going to turn on a dime and flip-flop like that, then that's fine. We both support the club. You support it the way you want to support it. I'll support it the way I want to. But we can't have a conversation because it's 100%. Basically going to be me whacking my head against the wall. So, Lubo
phoned me up this morning, mate, and said, I've had so much great feedback from the show last night from all my friends. And I went, are all your friends Levy out? And he went, the majority of them. I said, okay. So I've had loads of feedback from people saying, enough with the Levy chat. Enough with it. And I happen to agree, Lubo. Like, it's so repetitive and it's so fucking boring. Like, every single show that we've done has either been Stel and Sava having an argument about Ange versus Thomas Frank,
Yeah.
or me having an argument with Lubo and Stel about Daniel Levy, and it's the same thing all the time.
Yeah.
But I know people like it, but surely to God, it's repetitive now. Like, no one's going to change their mind, and if the people that are changing their mind based on a debate that's saying the same thing that's been said for the last 2 years of my life, I was like, I can't be fucked with it. It's like, it's just like, you feel how you, that's what I said to Stel last night. I was like, you feel that way. You feel that way, right? I don't. And by the way, if everyone felt the way you felt, explain to me why 15 people were at the protest.
Right.
You know, 62,500 people can't all be afraid to protest. Right? It doesn't make any sense to me. But either way, I don't care. I don't care if you're Levy out. I don't care if you're Levy in. I don't give a fuck. With all due respect to everybody, I'm interested to know your opinion, but I really don't care where you land, and I don't know why anybody cares where other people land. It feels like it's almost like such tribalism, and it's political. It's like what you see in American politics. You know, if you don't feel the way I feel, then fuck you, you absolute Nazi, or you absolute fucking, you know, whatever, something else on the other side. And it's so repetitive, and people are so entrenched in their opinions that no one's ever going to change their mind based on some debate. No one is, you know. So why do you have to do it all the time? It's so boring. But the problem is that I think a lot of people only have one thing they want to talk about because they're obsessed with it. They're obsessed with it. You know?
It's a real shame because, you know, you want to, the whole Frank beginning, or the you know, the honeymoon to his era has really kind of been, I don't want to say tarnished, that word might be too harsh, but the gloss has somewhat been taken off a little bit. And I know there are people, you know, you can just watch the football for the football and you can kind of disassociate everything else. But it has kind of, you know, when the Morgan Gibbs White thing fell through and when the Eza deal fell through, I mean, maybe I'm not naive. I'm fucking 45 years old. I mean, I know I'm not naive, but it would just have been nice for, like, rather than the general consensus appear to just be calling out people, name calling, saying ITKs are shit. It just seemed to be a blanket negative from everybody, one way or another. Something was negative. It was somebody's fault. Somebody needed to be blamed, and I just it's just across the board, just everywhere, just in the fan base, everywhere. Somebody needed to be blamed. It was just negative doom and gloom. There wasn't a general, like, because let's face it, the kid was an Arsenal fan, and as we said earlier, given the choice, he would have gone to them. So I would appreciate just a bit more of a, like, as Spurs fans, a general consensus of, well, fuck off then. Do you know what I mean? But it just, the first thing just seems to be call out. And I don't know whether that's a societal thing. And I've gone off on a tangent that's completely, you know, different to football. But it just, I don't know.
I love your hypothetical thinking, mate. It's fantastic.
Well, I appreciate it. I just, it's like someone said there, we live in a blame culture. I just, it's unfortunate because I would have really liked, if there was going to be a time for something to rally the troops, you know, yes, did we dilly-dally? Potentially. Could we have got the job done? You know, could we got the signing done sooner? Probably. Would we still have had a player that ultimately would have signed on the dotted line but pined for Arsenal? Probably. But could we not have just used that as a galvanization of just be like, well, fuck this guy then. We'll go with the team we've got and we'll show them. I want a bit of a siege mentality. And the thing is, I'm hoping that Thomas Frank, with the words in the press conference today, I kind of hope or think that at least on the inside, he's building a little bit of that. Because I think now more than ever, we need it. I really do. Because we're sort of, you know, from the kudos and the Morgan Gibbs White and the trophy and the, oh, this is awesome. I think the last couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, all we've done is sort of barring. And again, we should be talking about a really good 3-0 win and the Pigeons scoring a fantastic goal. But we're talking about the fan base sort of slowly ripping its eyelashes off. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? Like, what's going on?
100%.
Oh, yeah.
It's just interesting, because a lot of people I think in the chat here are agreeing, but hang on a second. What's Jordan Baker saying? Really, Sean? You're trying to compare lunatics lefties? No, the simple fact is that Levy is taking the absolute piss. Okay, yeah. Again, you don't listen, Jordan. You don't listen. You didn't listen last night. You never listen. What I said was the Levy debate is politics, in as much as the right go after the left and the left go after the right. Nazis or lunatics on the left. And if you happen to be on the other side, then you will not listen to the other side of the coin. Just like you're not listening right now. Which is always the same.
Made our point for us.
I don't know why you're subscribed to my channel, mate. Because whenever I see you, all you're doing is disagreeing. So maybe I'm just some sort of like guilt porn or something to you. I don't get it, but either way, there's another one here. Agent
angry wank. I hate him. I hate him.
Do a Levy in protest and see how many turn up. What the fuck is
there's 62,000, mate. What are we doing? 62,000, and they're in the shop afterwards buying the top.
Yeah, what are you talking about, mate? Like, what? I mean, I don't know what to say about that one, bro. I don't know what to say about that one. You can feel angry. You can have as long as you can appreciate, Agent. I've seen you before. As long as you can appreciate, because I don't think Stel can't appreciate this. Like, to him, Stel, this idea is just like completely irrational to him. That other people don't see it the way that he does. If he doesn't have the numbers in mass support, then there's a reason why. It's because people are scared to protest or because people are whatever, right? I asked him this last night. I said, if everyone feels the way you do, where's the visible support for it? He's like, well, the visible support's in the chat right now. Yeah, now it is. Now it is. Tonight it is. Yesterday it was because of the Eze thing. But if we sign a bomber, it all disappears. Like, even on my channel, which I believe is balanced, but I'm sure because I don't go after Daniel Levy all the time, I'm sure other people that do would think that my channel is like violently Levy in. It's not. If you watch it, you know it's not. But I did the poll, Drew, on Tuesday. Oh, what day are we today? Yeah, I did a poll on Tuesday night stream, and this is when we were just about to close the bomber on Eze. I said, "Are you Levy in or Levy out?" And I know I bring it on myself by going my chairman. I wind people up. I get it. I get all that stuff. But I said, are you Levy in or Levy out? And it was like 70-30 Levy in, give or take. And then the next night, when all hell broke loose, it was 70-30 Levy out. So to your point, Drew, right? That's what Ange said, right? If you thought I was a bad manager yesterday, you shouldn't think I'm a good manager today. Yeah. If you do think that, then your opinion isn't worth much because it's subject to change whichever way the wind is blowing. Right. So you don't have a strong opinion. You have a fluctuating opinion. You have a volatile opinion.
Right, and I'm fine. But if you've got something that pans out over the course of 6 months, a year, whatever, over the course of a week, and you can have a basis to have a change of thought, right? I can understand it. Like we're not saying you can't change your mind. But it's when it's on such a whim like that, when it's based on such a, when it's based on something.
Even no one knows the details of that fucking deal.
Right. There's so many things we don't know.
You might change your mind on a manager if he decides to, for the Champions League final, put out 18-year-olds, play the entire kids because he had an argument with the entire squad on the training ground the day before, and as a consequence of him being stubborn, he decides to play the youth team to fuck over the whatever. If something crazy like that happened, you could change your mind on the manager if he had a mental breakdown. But if you change your mind on Mathys Tel as a player because he missed a pen, or if you change your mind on anyone, like who was it? The Baggio in '92, was it, or whatever his name was? Who was the Italian? Is it the Baggio?
Roberto, yeah.
The Baggio, right? One of the greatest players in the world at the time, smashes the ball over the bar in the final. I'm sure there was a lot of Italian people that went absolutely mental at him. I'm sure there wasn't social media back then, but I'm sure he got physical threats and horrible treatment. But Are you suddenly thinking he's a shit player, or are you suddenly thinking I'm just angry with you right now because I'm emotional because of what's happened? If you're in the former, then you're a donut because he doesn't become a bad player because he mishit a shot.
Right.
You know.
Oh, you can be the greatest player in the world and a piece of shit in the same 90 minutes nowadays. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I get it. You know, it's so emotional. You know, he's shit, get rid. How many times he's shit, get rid? And then all of a sudden, you know, he's doing 27 GA.
Sean, you should do another Levy in-out poll and see how much it has changed since yesterday. I'd rather do "Are you bored of the Levy in-out debate poll?"
Are you bored to shit of the conversation about Levy?
That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do right now.
Also, yes.
Let's do that instead. Hang about. Let's get you going.
Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Someone asked in the chat earlier. I don't know if that was a general question to everybody or to us. Basically, left wing, like who would be the best or the ideal left wing centre or 10 combo that we could get that could come in. I think was just the general basis of the conversation, or who would be the ones that you want. And I think at this point, I think if we could get a Lookman as well, that would tick a homegrown box. I believe. I'd do a Lookman on the left and Paquetá in the middle. And that would be a half decent window for me, to be honest with you. It would certainly be something to build on.
100%. 100%. Hey, Colin, how you doing, mate? Good to see you.
What's up, guys? Yeah, sorry I'm so late, man. Work's been bonkers.
Any news or any word? Oh, hang on. Oh, we got somebody coming in.
Yeah, what's up? Can you guys hear me okay?
behind.
Are you lagging behind us, Drew?
Oh,
just a tiny bit. And Eugene does bring up Lookman having AFCON. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. Everyone's got something nowadays, haven't they?
Yeah, but apparently, who was it I was looking at earlier? Someone's got hepatitis B.
Oh, yeah. It's Aurier.
Oh, there's Aurier.
Yeah.
Yeah, Serge Aurier. You know, Adamo Lookman's got AFCON. Serge Aurier's got hepatitis B. I hope he gets better. That's a fucking
Kudus has got AFCON. I mean, it might not be this year, it might not be this time round, but he'll have AFCON. You know what I mean? What up, Colin?
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
So hey guys, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, no, it wasn't you that was lagging, it was Drew that was lagging.
It was me.
Oh, fair dues. Okay.
How are you, mate?
Well, I'm good. I'm real good. Like I said, work's bonkers, but that's life, you know. About as bonkers as the transfer window has been. So, you know.
How you feeling about? Are we going to get ourselves a little bomber tomorrow night?
I don't know, man. But again, and I'm sure that you've been talking about this because I think we generally feel basically the same way about things, or you know, remotely similar about things. But I don't know, man. I think people have been making a bigger deal out of this than it is. Obviously, it sucks, right? Like it stings bad to lose out on Eze, but to think that. For one, I think it's naive from people to think that it was all done, that Arsenal got it done in a matter of hours while we were working on it for, you know, I hear that argument, you know, that, wow, they stepped in and got it done in a couple of hours when we had to work on it for weeks. They had clearly been working on it before then, right? You guys remember towards the beginning of the window when he was linked there. So I think a lot of the legwork was done at that time. He clearly wanted that. I feel like he was kind of, somebody was stringing us along. And I feel like it was done purposefully because...
This is why John. As much as I love Johnny, he won't. He like, no, Sean. This is a fact. That's not the case. I think that either he doesn't, maybe like hasn't been told that by his mate or whatever. But I believe that his mate and Eze strung us a fucking long like an absolute clipper.
Arsenal had a Microsoft Word document, old Clippy in the corner with like looking at, and they had it there, and it was basically the template for the contract with blank spots, and all they needed to do was input the amounts of money required to gazump Spurs.
Change the date. Knock it up a date.
Clippy. Put 70 million in the box for me. That's it.
And I mean, I can't even be that mad at him either. You know, you want to play where you want to play. It's fine. You know, it stings. It sucks. It really hurts. But I just think people are getting overly emotional about it, and they're looking for somewhere to place their anger and upset feelings. And so I think it's all going where it doesn't belong. You know, I don't really think we've done anything wrong in this scenario.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say it's all going in one direction to Levy. I was about to say, no, it isn't. I'm getting about 5%, 10% of it myself.
Yeah, I've noticed that, man. I messaged you on WhatsApp about that, but yeah, you've been getting quite a bit.
Sorry, mate, didn't see it.
Oh no, I think it was a couple of days ago. But yeah, you're just getting a lot of anger, a lot of hate. But
It's because people think that people that don't watch my channel and they listen to other people, or they only see me on neutral channels like Sabba's or
Spurs
things
5.
like that.
Yeah.
And they see me sort of tackling other people who are like, if you notice, I never bring Daniel Levy up. It's only when other people bring him up and then they say something that I think is stupid that I go, hang about. How's that work?
You generally don't get into an argument unless people are already arguing from one side and they're so far on that side that you feel like you have to almost come in from the other side to give a full balanced picture of the situation.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it in a nutshell. But then because they can't access Daniel Levy, although change for Tottenham. By the way, guys, in fact, before I bring this up, remind me of the phrase "change for Tottenham," because I have to bring this up when I come back. I'm just going to go for a wee and get myself a third cider because now I'm at the point where I want to go a little bit fucking left field, and you guys might be on the receiving end of clips coming from this. But what change for Tottenham publishing email addresses? I mean, are they children? Like, what the fuck are they doing?
I wasn't aware that happened.
So embarrassing. So embarrassing. I'll talk about that in a second. I'll be back in 1 second, guys. Can you guys hold the fort for 2 secs, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go into some. Let's do some super chats here. Let's go down to the bottom here. I can't actually bring them up because I'm not in my StreamYard.
Yeah.
Well, thank you everybody for the super chats.
Much appreciated, guys. Much appreciated.
Yeah, much appreciated. Colin, so what are your thoughts on potential people coming in? I mean, I know obviously there's been some names bandied about. Ideally, obviously, we're looking for looking for a left winger and looking for potentially a 10. I mean, your thoughts on?
There's players available. Well, I don't even want to say available. You know, everybody's available if the price is right. You know, so there's players that would make me happy that I think could do the job. I think Sean said this a lot, but I don't even know if Eze was exactly the type of player we need. Like, if you look at his profile and the way that he plays, and you put him next to a Morgan Gibbs-White, there's not a lot of overlap. They're not that similar players in regards to play style, you know, and we could find people, I think, in the market that are a better passer of the ball perhaps than Eze. Don't get me wrong, Eze can nice through ball for sure, but he's not in that same category, I would say, as a Morgan Gibbs-White or a Maddison, James Maddison. So I think, I like the Paz, that fellow from Como, Nico Paz. I think he looks great. Don't know how realistic that is. I think they said they wanted something like 70. Did you see that report today? That we'd offered 40 earlier in the window, and they said, nope, we want 70. I know that he's got
a really difficult deal to do because Real Madrid have 50%, I think, at least sell-on fee.
And they have a buyback clause for like $9 million, and it's only active in the summer, I read. So it's closed this summer, but next summer they can get him back for $9 million. And if he's got dreams of going to Madrid, then he might not even want to come. So
I mean, I think if that deal gets done when they say complicated, I think it would take something like him having to maybe even go back to Real first and then get loaned to us or something like that, because I can't see Como would only sell him because they only want money for him. Como aren't going to loan a player that they only have a 50% sell on.
Oh, no way.
They need year, him, you know? Right, exactly. And then next year, he comes back and then immediately gets bought back by Real for 7 million or 9 million. It's not happening. So, by the way, Sean, I don't know if you've just seen this. Johnny's club's getting absolutely ripped apart. Kane's got a hat trick for Bayern, 6-0. 6-0. 6-0.
Johnny's club.
What up, Eugene? Big up.
How you doing, mate?
All this Levy Love Fest, I had to come in just to.
This Levy Love Fest, I had to come in.
Hey, there you go. Enfield accent. I'm working on the British accent. Hey, you know.
Was that pretty good, Drew? All this Levy Love Fest, I had to come in. Not bad. No.
It was an accent. It was an accent. It wasn't Eugene's accent.
6 out of 10.
That's not bad.
I'll take it. 6 out of 10 is good enough for me, mate.
My Russian accent, that's not bad.
Are you Russian, are you? Is that what
I'm Soviet, so from Ukraine, but I'm used to, that's
So you're
before
on the
all this
contact region,
nonsense.
you consider yourself Russian, yeah?
No, Ukrainian, but whatever. But I'm from the Soviet times, so all the same to me.
Whose side on the war are you on?
Oh, fucking hell. Getting cancelled.
Shouldn't answer that. Oh,
Anti-war.
Yeah, well, I won't do it. I won't do it. Sorry, that
I'm
might be.
anti. I'm
fine.
for peace. I'm a libertarian, anti-war.
No politics. Yeah. I get it. I hear you.
But
Sorry,
I
mate,
was born in
shouldn't ask
Ukraine,
that.
so
I haven't even started my third cider yet, and I'm already.
First it's my accent, now my politics.
Yeah,
then it's
right.
Levy. It's like, what are we doing here now? By the way, we were clipped in that that video, the compilation where all the reactors go crazy if there's some news. So there was a compilation, the site, when the SA news broke, and it got like 100,000 views, like all the reactors. So it was you and me, Sean, when I came on last time. So I saw
really?
myself. I'm like, oh my god, like I'm in that video. It's crazy.
You're famous now.
There we go.
And yeah,
You too. You as
unfortunately.
well. Content got content. You as well.
Well,
Yeah, exactly, Sean. You're big.
I need to take myself a little bit more seriously, man. I need to get down the gym. If you're going to be famous, you're going to be clipped up on 100,000 view video. You got to get down the gym, get that chiseled jawline back, Butler. What you doing, mate? All those siders are hitting you sideways. Anyway, let me do these super chats, and then we're going to go down a path of. I want to ask you guys a little bit about change for Tottenham, because I genuinely think that these guys are.
Bozos.
I think the people that are running that Twitter account are moronic at times. I think it's so weird, so weird. Whoever is in charge of that Twitter account needs to think before they press tweet, because they don't do themselves any favors. Anyway, let me just quickly do this. Dave Garrett, I think I did this one. Dave, thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate you, mate. No to Rob, or not Rob. Sorry, not Rob. Big up to you, not Rob. Appreciate you, mate. I think I've seen you on Sava Show before. Appreciate your being here, man. Thank you very much for your support. Look, I've got the. Oh fuck! Did I do the show on Wednesday night? I didn't do it, did I? I was supposed to do the members' phoning show on Wednesday, but of course all hell broke loose, so I completely.
Right.
Fuck! Sorry, guys. I owe you a members' phoning show. Damn it! I will do that. I'll do that as soon as possible. 4-1, by the way. Chelsea just scored again. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Let's get to the next one. Thank you very much. It's 3-1, lads. Says great. It's not anymore. It's 4-1. West Ham fans are walking out in numbers. Poor old West Ham. I beg. Coys NY, hello again. Just ready for this window to close. I'm not ready for it to close yet, mate. I need a couple more bombers before we close anything up. But appreciate you, buddy. Dean Law as well. Big up, Deanie. Good to see you, mate. Thank you very much. Choo choo to you, man. Choo choo to you. And George, Super Cup legends as well. Choo choo to you. Another super sticker. We're picking up the boys tonight. We're picking them up. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, let's talk about this for a second. Have you all seen the tweet?
Negative. I have not.
Yep.
Nah. So Change for Tottenham have put out like a series of tweets because they believe that Twitter is the real world, and that the angry kind of faux outrage that people have in that particular environment is represented in the real world. And look, it might be more than it has been for a while, but Jesus Christ, they decided to think it was a good idea. They're trying to get some sort of I don't know. They're trying to replace the supporters' trust with a more meaningful supporters' trust. And I'm pretty sure that people within that group have been ridiculing the supporters' trust for saying, "Oh, I bet you're just going to write a very strongly worded email to the supporters' trust write strongly worded emails regarding season ticket prices and the senior concessions and all that stuff." And then they decide to say to people that follow them, if you're as angry as we are, here are the 4 email addresses. Email at tottenhamhotspur.com. Matt Colcutt, is it? The one of the commercial guys, Vinay.Vankatesham, at giving out 4 email addresses to people that are frothing and furious and saying, send an email letting them know your distaste. What on God's green earth gave you that idea that was a good thing to do? What would have happened? you would have had 10,000 people or 2,000 or however many people write emails calling Daniel Levy and calling the club an absolute this and absolute that, spelling mistakes, probably capital letters where capital letters don't belong, like in the middle of a sentence, you know.
They're doing so.
The worst grammar since Kelsey. I mean, I don't know what we're doing here. Like, it would have been
Single syllable word sentences galore. What you doing?
who thought that was a
Oh.
good way to get any sort of outcome that was going to
This
be
is
anything
the
other than
thing.
just
This is the thing. They don't do themselves
what are they
any.
doing?
I need a drink. I need a drink.
What are we saying, Eugene? I know you're someone who's leaving out, mate. So do you subscribe to that being a good form of communication?
I mean, I support what they want to do. Just execution is not great. And for me, execution, I guess from my line of work is everything. It's like when we talk about the ambition of the club, I'm like, no, ambition does not work without execution, right? Same thing for this. I can see what they're trying to do, but the execution is not optimal.
What are they trying to do? What exactly are they trying to achieve from that, Eugene? Like, explain it to me.
I mean,
Explain
again,
the
that's
logic.
just
What are they trying to
my.
achieve from-
I think at least that's what I would do. Just raise awareness and bring people on board and raise awareness about kind of what's wrong with the club, what needs changing. But again, it's very confusing, right? It's just, yeah, whoever is in charge, they're not doing it in the optimal way. There needs to be a unified message, right? I think you talked about it before. All the banners need to be the same, right? There needs to be a message where a fan that's going into the game knows exactly what the protest is about, right? And I just feel like the
what
messaging
is
is
the protest
great.
about, though, Eugene? Because like the way I see it, okay, so there's two things. One is I remember Billy T and that guy Jay going on channels 6 months ago, around December time, or whatever it was, like late last year, early this year, saying that essentially the Levy out message wasn't received well. It only ever had 50 people at the protests. It was a little bit too toxic. It had created a bad reputation for itself. It was a little bit just generally, it wasn't doing the job, right? So they said someone else needs to come in. So Change for Tottenham started up. And essentially, as far as I can tell, if you look at the personal tweets, or whatever you want to call them these days, X's, of the people that are in charge, the visible ends of that movement, they still call Daniel Levy a cancer and the bastards that rule our club and all this. So they are Levy out. But what they've tried to do is broaden the appeal by saying it's Change for Tottenham, and Change for Tottenham can mean anything. It can mean get out of our club. It can mean step aside and let someone else run the club. If you're dissatisfied with the running of our club, then Change for Tottenham's for you. But what they're really doing in that regard, it doesn't take a genius to work it out, is by expanding the banner to include basically anyone that's dissatisfied. Then they can make the numbers look bigger. But if the people at the top are just lipstick on a pig, then they're going to then conflate that everybody that's under Change for Tottenham wants the ownership gone. It's the greatest bait and switch you've ever seen. Like, it doesn't. I can see it. I'm sure everyone else can see it if you think about it. Like, you don't have to be Levy out like the people over there that no one ever joined. But all you can really want is for Daniel Levy to, step out the way, say thank you for what you've done, but you're not the right guy anymore. Change for Tottenham's for you. It isn't, because every time something bad happens, they jump out, they pull out some sort of email that says it's a disgrace. They take credit for things that they haven't got any right to take credit for, and they end up showing their true colors. And then things like sending out email addresses on Twitter at the height of an over emotional reaction, it just looks like it's the children are running the creche. Like, it's so bad, it's so embarrassing that even if I was part of the Levy out movement, I would walk so far away from that movement, because it's facile, it's infantile, it's, I believe, moronic behavior. Like, then they're not fit to lead a movement that represents change if that is the sort of decision that they make and they think it's a smart one. It's bonkers to me.
I mean, I can't speak for them. I don't know that. I can only speak for my friends or for people that I interact with who are Levy out. So I just think for any movement, first there needs to be a leader, right? Like a face of the movement who is charismatic, who can go and talk to people, right? Who can go on Sky Sports, who can go on, all these channels. And ultimately, the only way to give visibility to the movement, it needs to be not only on social media, but it needs to be on Talk Sport, Sky Sport, right? And for that, there needs to be numbers. So I'm assuming that's what they wanted to do. If the messaging is general, not like Levy out, but change for Tottenham, it might attract more people who would then get the attention of the media. And once it's in the media, it gets
But they're
embarrassing for.
hoodwinking people. I hear what you're saying, mate, but they are hoodwinking people that are reasonable into being part of a movement that's antagonistic, that's trying to draw people in to write filthy emails to employees of the football club. What the fuck has Matt Colcott got to do with the transfer market? You know what I mean? He's just a guy who gets sponsorship deals done, or he looks at the account. Well, it's got nothing to do with why Eze fell over. And you're going to bombard his email box with like frothing at the mouth, angry people who are at the height of emotional outrage because they're caught up in a transfer saga and because Arsenal were the victors and we had we got mudded. Like it's beyond poor. It's so bad that I genuinely think that if they were taking advice from someone that was actually like a consultant and knew how to like run an organization, they would say like repeal, apologize, and ask people to sort of desist with that sort of movement, that sort of idea.
But Sean, like we've seen it
doesn't do themselves any favors in any way, shape, or form.
We see it in politics, right? We see it in all walks of life. There is a movement, that kind of starts because of a certain cause, and the cause could be correct, right? It could be a good cause. But again, if the execution is wrong, then everything falls apart. So I do not disagree with kind of the messaging. Again, not about Levy out, Levy in, but it's about this club, the board, we can do better, whatever better means, right? And better meaning results in the pitch. But the timing of the protest, was it last week? Wasn't great. It's just there needs to be a single point of contact, a leader who can go and speak eloquently.
Isn't that what the supporters trust is supposed to do?
Yeah, but I mean, from what I've seen from them over the years, there's nothing there. Like, have you seen any comments or any talking points from them that would be like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's gonna lead.
You're right. Every time they do something, they write a strongly worded email,
but that means nothing. I think it's just an empty.
Exactly. So why are Change for Tottenham asking individuals to do the same thing?
Yeah. Again, that's bad execution. Again, like I'm saying, I understand what they're trying to do, and I agree with the concept of the movement, but the execution and the leadership are not doing themselves. They're doing themselves a disservice.
Those email addresses are publicly available. They are simply just sharing them. It's not about. I don't care about the legality of it. I care about the
optics of people.
What's the kind of the optics of it? You're trying to represent that you are whatever change means to you. We're for you. By the way, guys, please send however you feel right now. If you're really angry like the rest of us, then please email all 4 of these different email addresses and let them have it at whatever time in the night it was on Wednesday night. It's.
I bet there wasn't a footnote or anything in there that says, by the way, if you're also happy with the club, then do please send them an email and let them know how happy you are. Do you know what I mean? It feels like a little bit of a masquerade or a little bit of a guise that
it's a bait and switch.
It's the change for Tottenham is unfortunately to me just feels like another name for a group of people that essentially want Levy out, because I don't know anybody at Change for Tottenham that doesn't want Levy out. And the problem is, and I think Eugene is spot on. This is why I'm now beginning to understand Eugene and why he's so like factual and so like the way he is. He's absolutely nailed it. Like execution is absolutely everything. And if you've got, I mean, I don't know much about the group. I don't know much about their regiment or what they do. But if they truly want the change that they want, then I mean, and if I'm speaking out of turn, if they do this, you know, every single home game in exactly the same spot and then twice on Tuesdays and they get together and they do exactly the same things and this is regimented and it's every week, rain or shine, regardless of whether we win or lose, then fair enough. But if it's just when things are bad, then you are never going to get the traction that you need to execute this, because it is just going to seem like you are throwing your toys out of the pram when things don't go your way.
And
like if you were at the 250,000 people march, do you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, surely if you want to change for
250,000 people can turn up to a trophy parade, then more than 20 people can turn up to a protest. And as I said,
they're the sheep, you know, they're the ones that are blinded. They're the ones that don't understand. The 250,000, they just don't get it. They don't understand. Oh, they've had a shiny thing put in front of them, so they'll be all right for a while. But we're we're the real ones.
But look, ultimately, it's this. Look, a £4 billion organization, they don't care about the emails. What they don't want to be is embarrassed publicly, right? So I'm sure they were, you know, they listen to Talk Sport, they watch Sky Sports, right? They're people who follow what the public sentiment is. So if they get 1,000 emails, they can care less. It goes into the spam folder. But for example, when Liverpool raised ticket prices, I believe a few years back, and fans walked out of the stadium, that was a bad look, right? So that might have an effect on the board, not because they feel bad, but because it's just a bad look, because they're embarrassed. Anything other than that, I just feel
if you can't, sorry,
make much difference.
If so, Connor's made a point here. I don't agree with that particular approach, but the intention or rationale will be to cause noise and disruption, and to try and show numbers of dissatisfaction, which is easier than convincing people to protest. How difficult is it if you feel that strongly that you want the owner gone, to walk to the stadium that you're doing anyway, and then spend 2 minutes on the one side of the road? Like, for years, Levy out protests were literally outside the club shop on one side of the road from the other, and 50 people would stand on one side and 36,000 and then 62,000 would walk on the other. Like, at some point, logic has to re-enter the conversation that it's just as difficult to stand on one side of the road for 5 minutes than the other as it is to write a strongly worded email. It really is. Like, it doesn't, like, there's no argument that will satisfy me that that half of the fan base that go to games feel as strongly as people think that the people that feel that way think that they do. It's just the inability to comprehend that not everyone feels the way that they do. They're so caught up in that notion. The Stels, the Lubos, they're so caught up in it, and they operate in echo chambers where they're in WhatsApp groups or they go on channels and they spend all day long listening to people that say, you're right, and here's another thing. But there's only one thing worse than a yeah, but. It's a yes, and. A yeah, but is someone that doesn't listen to your argument but contradicts you. A yes, and is someone that listens to your argument and then amplifies it and then goes and explains why you haven't even finished the story. Here's another 3 reasons why you're right. And then if you're in an echo chamber when there's 5 or 6 or 7 people that are all waiting to speak, like on a live stream, and they all feel the same way, there's no one there to challenge the argument. And by the end of it, the 7th person in line, well, he's got nothing new to add to the conversation. So he has to start to reach, to go into the realms of ridiculousness so that he can feel like he's offering something new. Yes, and is more dangerous than yes, but. Yes, but at least is a contradiction. Yes, and is an amplification with no challenge. And that's what people that sit in certain echo chambers and people that sit on certain sides of certain fences in any particular debate, they don't surround themselves with people that are going to challenge them. And therefore they think that everyone feels the same way as they do. And their numbers don't stack up. They do not stack up. And then when you have people on Twitter, which is just an ecosystem of toxicity where everybody's the worst version of themselves, people hang around in that world and think that everyone feels the same way. But when it comes to real life, no one turns up.
Yeah.
Even the biggest protest that happened in January, that was 3,000 people, generously, 2,000, 4,000, whatever, it doesn't matter. It was circa 5% of the match-going fans. And think how much publicity that movement had. That week, they had the BBC talking about it. They had TalkSport talking about it all week. It was on Sky Sports. It was all over Twitter. It was all over every media. And still only 5% of the people at the game went and marched with them. And the argument is, oh, people just didn't realize it was going on, or they didn't think it was going to be as big as it was. Or maybe not everybody feels the way that you do. And the only reason that you think that people en masse feel that way is because you only hang around people that feel the same way as you do. And no one's there to challenge you.
Yeah. No,
That's a
I
good
mean,
point.
yeah. Ultimately, like, it's the issue is when people try to argue and convince each other. Nobody convinces anybody of anything, right? So that's the biggest issue. I really respect people, just even sports or outside of sports, if they feel strongly about something, that they spend their time to protest or whatever. I really respect that, right? Like
The same.
Brian, Ben, all these people.
Eugene, just be entirely honest.
Yep.
Even when it was in out, not changed for Tottenham, when I was 3 years ago, before they had their protest, I would always talk about it and say, everyone who feels that way, go. I'd always support the right to protest. It's an absolute necessity in a democracy. So I've got absolute respect for people that protest. I don't challenge I don't disrespect their movement. I don't disrespect their right to feel the way they do. I just disrespect their notion that everyone feels the way they do, and that the reason why the numbers aren't there is because everyone's too scared of being part of a toxic environment. It's a load of bollocks, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, some people, they feel differently about the club, right? For some people, it's their life, and they really feel strongly about like us not doing well. So they protest, and I really respect that. It takes a lot to give up your time, to stand across from the ground and have people laugh at you, right? So I respect that. But for a lot of people, it's just entertainment. They just want to go watch a game, come back, and that's it. So, but like all these arguments, nobody's going to be convinced of anything. Leave it in, leave it out. I think the majority of people, like for me, I'm like, leave it out just means that I want Levy to do Levy things, and I want football people to do football things. Whether it means him stepping aside or him strictly focusing on finances, but I want football people in charge, right? So, and I think majority of people feel like that, but they don't feel strongly enough to go and protest.
Who's the football person in charge of Manchester City, by the way?
What's that?
Who's the when you say that you want football people in charge? Who's the CEO of Chelsea that's a football person? Who's the football person of
Man City? What's
Newcastle?
his name?
Who's the football person of Villa? Who's the football person of Arsenal? Who are these people that you think are football people that sign the checks and that don't have that are like football people?
I mean, well, Chelsea is a different animal, right? They spend money. They have all the connections with Saudi.
So you want people in charge like it's a cure for all ails. What does that mean?
No, I'm not saying it's a cure, but all I'm
Give me
saying
an
is
example of a football club that does the things that we apparently don't do, that has a football person that signs the checks.
oh, I'm not talking about signing the checks. I'm just talking about being, even for like optics wise, being the face of the footballing operations. Because now it's leave it this, leave it that. We honestly don't know how much what he does exactly. So I thought personally that he backed off a bit, but now we hear he went to Bayern to negotiate the Tel deal. He met with Parrish. I just think optics wise, it's just not a good look at this point, right? And like if we look at Brighton, at Brentford, right, at the teams below us, the only way they can do well is to have great scouting and great football people in charge. Chelsea and City, it's a different animal, right? So for us, if our business model is going to stay the way it is, we need to do a better job on that front. And
100%
Levy,
agree.
do you know what I mean? Like, if
No,
we
I
get
100%
bought
agree.
by
I'd love
Saudis, it's
Daniel, I'd
easy.
love Daniel
Let-
Levy to step aside,
Yeah.
but I think in principle that's a nice idea. In reality, I'm not sure how it works. But I love the idea of Daniel Levy just being a commercial guy, and then someone coming in that is a football guy who understands the value of a player, who understands that the football thing is the first priority, and that they have the ability to override Levy or whoever else. I love the idea of it, but ideas are one thing. You know, free energy is a nice idea. Doesn't really work that way.
But
You
let me
know,
ask you a
like
question, Sean. Like, what's the purpose of the director of football? In my mind, I could be way off, right? But he's in charge of kind of the recruiting team, of the scouting, and he should be the one negotiating deals and being out there, not Levy per se, right? So whether it's Lange or Paratici or whoever else, if you have that position, right, that person should be the one negotiating
Yeah,
deals and being the face of the footballing operation.
Do we think
That's how-
Paratici, like, if there's a chance that Langer's probably maybe possibly out the door, do we think that Paratici's going to come in, fill that void? Because he was that before, and there's the word is that Levy really trusts the guy, and I'm wondering, does he trust him more than he's trusted Langer in terms of pulling strings, or like? Because for me, everything that's been said about Paratici and the relationship that Levy has with him, or at least the respect that they have for each other, if Levy is going to hand over keys or is going to give somebody a pot of money per se and say, look, here's your budget, you do what you've got to do, but you've got to work within these confines, I feel like Paratici is potentially the guy that he's going to give that to, as
But
opposed
based on
to
what
Langer.
it drives me
Go on.
nuts. The Don Fabio hype. I know, like,
Yeah.
I was on the same like Don Fabio like bandwagon, but looking at what he's done for us, yes, Kulusevski and Bentancur. But it seems like Italy is the only country that he knows. The Juve relationship is it, but like, do we actually know that he's the guy? Yes, Levy might trust him, but for me, he hasn't proven enough. And maybe because he was out for a couple of years with his legal
he's
issues.
better than Lang, though, right, Eugene?
I mean,
Better,
he's Pape Matar,
Yeah,
Jed
but-
Spence, Bentancur, Kulusevski. I mean,
just want, like, a strong-
Udogie,
Big up, Dan, by the way.
Romero,
Yeah.
Van der Ven. I mean, what are we
Van der
doing
Ven
here,
was him?
Eugene?
I don't think Van der
It's-
Ven was him. Was it?
I think it was.
Maybe.
I mean, I just
Could be
feel
wrong.
I just feel like you're not getting. And I've got I have a bit of a love hate with Bentancur, but I think you did a little bit of. It wasn't
No,
just
I'm not
Bentancur
saying-
and Kulu, was it?
I'm not saying Fabio is bad. I just want a strong personality, kind of a leader in that position as a director of football. So we don't hear Levy this, Levy that. That
To be
person.
entirely honest, Eugene, to be entirely fair to you, mate, and reasonable, and I'll echo. I'll bring up Levy Nomics here. Connor, big up to you, mate. The floor is yours if you want to come on, Connor, as well. The DOF does have more power in certain clubs. He does, but oftentimes the owner in the clubs where the DOF has more power, the owner is the chairman or whatever is part of a broader ownership group. So it's not quite as clean. Maybe not the same with Arsenal, but with most of the other clubs, it's a broader group where there has a lot more delegation, if you like. Whereas I think and I'll happily sort of acknowledge that one of Daniel Levy's flaws is the fact that he doesn't trust enough people. He thinks he can do it all himself, which is definitely problematic when it comes to plate spinning. It's definitely problematic when it comes to getting the deal done. He thinks that he's the guy that needs to get the deal done in troublesome situations, and I think that bites him on the arse sometimes. I'm happy to absolutely concede that point. Before I bring the rest of you guys in, and Dan, welcome to the show, mate. I just started a couple of comments. One of them was this one here. Sean, what do you think about the empty seats for 10 at the Bournemouth game? I actually think something like that is probably more meaningful than anything else. Because then you like, I don't know. I personally think that though, for what it's worth, that if you can't be bothered to stand in the half an hour before the game for 5 minutes on one side of the road than the other, are you also someone that's not going to sacrifice 10 minutes of the ticket that you're paying to watch to make a point? But it would be a good experiment. I think it works a lot better than the stupid idea of asking people to send disgusting. I can't imagine some of the things that have been sent to those people on email, to the club on email. I think it's done them so much like disservice. If they're trying to come across as a respectable organisation and they're encouraging Twitter users to let everyone have it, let the club have it, like it doesn't work for me. But I think that the empty seats thing is probably good, but I think it will have a similar sort of outcome as the protest, right? If you can't stand on one side of the street, why are you gonna give up 10 minutes of your ticket that costs £100 or whatever? Just another one. So from Hugh Davis. So Sean is still backing Levy despite your shock and dismay after both the MGW and Eze absolute shit show. The veneer is wearing thin. Well, first of all, the veneer might wear thin for you, mate, and that's absolutely fine. I'm not here to like convince you. I've got a platform to share my opinion. I'm not trying to influence anybody else. I started this channel just because I wanted to speak about my takes on Tottenham. But whether that agrees with you or not is entirely irrelevant to me. But secondly, I haven't backed Levy in any of these conversations tonight at all. I've once again called out 3 or 4 things that piss me off. What I have done is attack the people, or I've attacked the argument of the people that are attacking him. It's not the same thing as defending someone. It's attacking the argument of the people that are attacking him. Entirely different thing. Wouldn't expect you to figure that out though. And Jordan Baker, the guy who comes to me on every show, but for some reason is still a subscriber to my own channel. What's the answer then, Sean, for balanced people who are fed up with Levy? What can they do that you wouldn't belittle? It's not. Oh wait, it's not belittling, mate. This adjective is so disingenuous. It's an observation and a critique. Just because I happen to think that the decisions that have been made by the people that are championing the Change for Tottenham movement happen to look stupid. I'm not belittling it. I'm just critiquing it in the vein in which I see it. So again, weird but predictable sort of analysis from you. What's my answer for people that are fed up with Levy, that are balanced? I think one, shake hands with the reality that nothing you do is going to force an owner to sell the club at a price point that is lower than he deems necessary, or force him to sell if he's not up for it. That's not him. That's not Enoch. None of this shit makes a blind bit of difference. There is not a single iota of evidence in the Premier League or in any other league of any owner selling their club at a deflated asking price directly because of protest. There's not a single iota of evidence. The only evidence that suggests that has worked with regards direct protests is for the Super League. That's it. In terms of ownership selling, not a single iota of evidence. There's even owners out there, I think it was at Doncaster or somewhere in League One or League Two, where the owner was sent to prison for some really weird shit, and he was sent to prison for a long time.
Blackpool, I think.
Was it Blackpool? Yeah, Drew,
I think so. I think it was Blackpool. Yeah. Hey, mate, I'm sorry. I've got to duck out. I've just realised the time. I got my show in 10 minutes, so I'm going to head out. And nobody used Newcastle as an example because that took 15 years and fucking Ashley didn't sell for a penny less than he was going to get. So don't do it. All right, I'm out of here. Love you guys. Have a good weekend.
Love you, mate. I'll redirect over to you later on, okay?
No worries.
Done.
Take it easy.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate you, boss. Anyway, yeah, so that's my advice is I don't know, like, first of all, shake hands with it, and B, stop spending money. But unfortunately, the club have got a never-ending stream of people that are willing to pay the money, which again leads me back to point one, which is maybe not everyone feels the same way that you do, and maybe you have to shake hands with that as well. Dan, how are you doing, man?
I'm all right. Just had a quiet night, basically. Thought I'd just sit back and have a drink and just watch a bit of this, seeing as the wife sneaked the TV. And then seeing as you were still on, having a good chat, I thought I'd just join you. As simple as that, really.
What's your thoughts on the Change for Tottenham thing?
Look, I've got two sides to it. I just try and look at everything on both sides. I try and see both sides of a story. I feel that if you're open-minded and you can see both sides to a story, you can at least try and understand or at least get the story better. I think a lot of the problem is when it comes with the Levy in, Levy out. I think the problem goes bigger than Levy. it's ENIC that is the problem, which Levy is part of, obviously. But I think it goes bigger than just Levy. And when it comes down to the crunch, the base that Levy has built for us, basically, if you want to call it that, for whoever, if someone did come in and put in a 4 billion bid and take it over, it's there. Everything is there for the taking and the ready. Everything is there to just basically focus on the football. He's done a brilliant job on that side. You can't take it away. But on the football side, he has messed up so many times now when it comes to signing players and things like that, where it comes across, I can't say I know how the bloke thinks, but where it comes across that he just has to be a part of everything. And if he's got such a big ego, surely he should learn by now that he's got to do things different when it comes to buying players, because he just keeps getting mugged off in the process. If his ego's so big, he must be damaged and on the floor at the moment. Surely he's just been done over twice like a kipper.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, if you was to give me the ideal thing that could happen at Spurs, if it was my choice, right, get ENIC out, get the owner out, because Lewis, he obviously is the one that could put the multi-millions into the company. Levy ain't got that money in his back pocket to go and do that. He runs the club, basically. And Lewis is the one who could actually just say, there you go, there's 300 million. I want us to do something on the football side now, yeah? Is it as easy as that? Well, it seems as easy as that with everybody else. So the problem is a step further up than Levy. Give me the ideal situation. Get Joe Lewis and ENIC as such out of it, yeah? What I would have there is, obviously, I would have a new person to run it, to focus purely on the football and everything else. And I would actually keep Levy and say, right, you're dealing with the business side, everything out of the football, like everything that goes on outside the stadium and that, but you ain't touching nothing near the football. Because on that side, he does an excellent job as a chairman. I won't take that away from him, whether I like the fella, whether he does it right on the football or not. This is why I try and look at both sides of it. Whereas on the football side, I wouldn't let him touch it with a barge pole, because he just screws it up every time. I mean, it seems like nearly every time when it has really, really mattered, I think the big ones, he always seems to screw it up. The other thing is, I think he's also now in a system that's bigger than him.
I agree with that.
I don't think he realizes that now. Yeah.
I 100% agree with that.
Yeah. We're talking about billionaires now. Now, I know Lewis was a billionaire and whatever, yeah, but when we're talking about the people at Chelsea, when we're even talking about the people that own City, even the people that own Newcastle, the only reason Newcastle, I mean,
more than a trillionaire, for sure.
Yeah. Levy's out of his depth. That's like me having a good couple of grand in my back pocket in the bank or whatever, and then going up to someone and trying to have bets with them who owns like a couple of million quid.
Yeah, it's like being a decent poker player and then stepping up to the high roller table or whatever.
There you go.
I hear you.
I play semi-pro poker, yeah, but then you go on a poker table with someone who's a pro. They just know what they're doing better than you do, one way or another. Yeah, I think he's out of his depth now completely. There is good things he has done at this club, and I will accept that. But when it comes to the football side, I think he's either got to stay out of it or he's got to go. When it comes to every deal, it's like he's got an addiction to it.
Yeah,
he ain't just satisfied with signing a player as such. It's like he needs to, how shall I put it? It's like he almost needs to win the negotiation.
100%. 100%.
And walk off with a smug grin. Like,
100%.
Even
and
if
that's
Palace,
we don't the arse right now, isn't it? 100%.
Yeah, we don't know what happened, but even if Palace turned around and said, just pay the clause and he's yours, Levy just goes into this thing of like, well, no, do you know what? I'm going to try and do it my way and save 5 million. Is he saving 5 million because he wants to save 5 million for the club? I don't know. I ain't Levy. Or is he saying 5 million because he wants to spread it all over 47 months of installments or whatever, random number, by the way, and then just walk off with a massive smile on his face so he can go home and just say, like, I got the better of a deal. I mean, when the top clubs see a player...
People who love a fight, right? It doesn't matter. Even if you lose the fight, you just love the taste of blood in your mouth. You know,
exactly.
I absolutely hear you on that. 100%.
But if you keep getting knocked out every time and you got no teeth left, maybe you need to learn how to fight better, or maybe you need to know you're past it.
Go down a little level.
Yeah, every other club that seems to want to get the job done and get the player right, they go and do it. Yes, it's done. Job done. Levy seems to try and do it for about I don't know, 12 different people or whatever else in that, and get a valuation model and everything else in that. I mean, the way he tries to value up a player, you might as well get NASA involved with it or whatever. That the way he tries to put the money apart. I mean, his reputation as well. You can blatantly see that nobody wants to deal with him. Nobody likes him.
Yeah.
Can we say that's a fact? I think you can pretty much agree with me that he's a 99.9%, let's say, yeah. And when it comes down
the
to
most
it,
disliked chairman in the Premier League.
yeah,
he might be one of the more respected because of his tenure and more listened to when it comes to like rules, all that sort of thing. But I think increasingly that power balance has shifted towards the cartel. I think generally he's disliked. I agree with that.
And there's another side to it as well that I look on him. Last bit, Eugene, just a couple of more bits to add to it, yeah. I mean, the other thing about the fella, you can blatantly see it 100%, yeah. He's an accountant. He's not a football man. He might have been doing it for 25 years, but it don't mean he's got a clue how to bloody do it, because he hasn't learned nothing, and you can see that from day one. When it comes to the accountant, he treats transfers like bloody property deals, yeah? He wants add-ons, he wants clauses, he wants loan-back schemes, he wants to almost turn the footballers, treat them as a house as such, like he's getting some big deal out of it in that way. That's just how I see it. He doesn't treat it like football. He treats it like he's bloody buying a house or whatever thing. The other thing he hasn't got as well, killer instinct. You'd think someone like him, who is that much of a quality businessman of what he is on that side, would have that killer instinct on that side. He hasn't got it. I bet you if he was buying a property or something, he'd sit there and go, right, 1, 2, 3, bang, job done. I'm having that one. That's a deal and a half. Nope. When it comes to the football side, right, I've got my deal there. I've got it all. Do you know what? I'm going to try and knock another little bit of money off, just so I can walk off with a smug look on my face. I can't say it's a fact, but it's how he comes across.
I agree with everything you said, mate. I think, Dan, you've absolutely. I think you're spot on. Spot the fuck on, bro. I think what you just said. I don't disagree with anything you said at all.
So when I try and look at it, I just try and look on both sides of it, and I do accept there is something. There is foundation he has built for this club. Whether people want to admit it or not, there is. I want him gone. Yesterday was the final thing for me. But I won't just sit there and ignore something good that someone... He's done more bad for the football side, but for the football club side, you cannot deny there is foundation there, whether you like it or not, for the next people to come in, and they haven't got a single problem on the planet because all the money's coming in from that side. Everything's there. They just have to focus on the football. But he's hit... Whatever he's trying to do, he's hit his peak. I don't know how else to put it. He ain't taking it no further.
I hear you.
The club needs to go further on the football now.
That's
Sorry
why
if that was a bit of a rant, but that's just how I see it.
Mate, back spot on. That's why I used an analogy earlier. You probably didn't hear it. I think he's the guy who's training for muscle men competitions, and he's done everything natural, right? He's organic. He's jacked up as best as he possibly can, but unfortunately, to beat the big boys, you have to take the steroids, and he's afraid of the needle. Sorry, Eugene, you wanted to come in, and once you're done, I'll come to Colin.
I was about to say, I think, just to go back to our previous discussion a bit, all this anger online with the online fans, I think a lot of it is because we're constantly being gaslit, right? Like with the, all these ITKs, and, like I love Johnny, and I love like a lot of people who know things, but we had this whole discussion for months about, Charrington now stepping in. And then Donna Cullen is out. Things are going to be different. We're getting investment. And we had months and months of that. So people got their hopes up. Now, like, now we're going for Gibbs White. That didn't work out. Now it's Eze. That didn't work out. So I think it just builds up. It's like, hey, we've been told by the ITKs that things are going to be different. But things not only are the same, it's even like worse, because we're now actually getting embarrassed. So I think that just breeds a lot of animosity. So I know we talked about the ITKs and, but I think a lot of it is that just we're being, as fans, we're being gaslit and being told things are changing, but things are, not the same on the pitch, at least.
How about makes the choice in what they believe? Sorry.
I mean, we've got some pretty, I like the opinions being expressed here. It's hard to, I mean, it's clear to see that Daniel Levy is accomplishing things. He's doing what he is set out to do, which I think is, unfortunately, make himself and Joe Lewis and all of the people kind of at the top more money and ensure that whenever Tottenham is sold, that it sells for a lot of money and that, you know, everybody walks out with fatter pockets than they came in with, which he's already done many times over. But it just depends on where we want to be. You know, what is our aspiration? Are we or are we not competing with the clubs at the very top of the table? We're constantly told that we are. We're constantly told that things are going to change, that, you know, we're aspiring to win the league and the Champions League. And there's just not a lot to really prove that. And so I don't know what the answer is, but there clearly needs to be some kind of a change. But I'm also one of those people that I think like that the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. And a lot of times, you know, we could walk into a situation where we get, I don't know, there was some idiot that wanted to buy the club at one point, or supposedly, you know, you never know which of these stories are true. Some guy associated with, like, I think he owns the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah,
here in the
Jerry
state.
Jones.
Yeah.
I was against him because he ruined the Cowboys. So I'm like, yeah, for sure, I'm leaving out. But he wasn't the solution. I agree.
Yeah, and so I don't know, you know, I don't have a good answer. I'm kind of just along for the ride you know, with this. Like, I do think that if we really do have aspirations to continue to grow as a club, I don't think Levy is capable of that. You know, like Dan said, I think he's kind of topped out. I think he's done what he can do as far as voice cracks, but as far as growing the club and raising us in terms of the football side of things. And yeah, I don't know how to continue from here. So I don't know. That's just me. I clearly see that there are issues. As far as a solution, no idea.
Yeah, I think the solution is difficult though, right? Because I would imagine, again, massive speculation here, but I would imagine there's probably 5 or 6 different levels, like tiers of thoughts around Daniel Levy or the ENIC generally. I think you probably have 10% of people that are very happy with him. It could be any particular size of the pots, right? But a pot that are like, I like him, right? Like, I love the fact that he's built the stadium. We won the Europa League. He's more than good enough, but whatever. Bang, bang, bang. And then you have another section that is like, can fuck this guy off. He's a toxic prick and I hate him and I felt that way for years and yada, yada, yada. Then there's another group that is, look, he needs to, I'm happy for him to stay, but he needs to realize that, you know, we've been building towards something and we've been building for a long time. And the revenues now are sort of comparable. They're not at the very peak. Maybe they will be in the future. But at the end of the day, it's time for him to just tweak his own game plan a little bit and like become a little bit more like the others. Then there's other people that are like, I don't mind him and ENIC staying, but they have to get out of the way and let a football guy take over. And then there's people that are, I appreciate what you've done, but you've taken us so far and it's probably time to go. And then there's another group that are like, I haven't been ENIC out for years, but you know what? For the last 5 years, we've been on a backward trajectory, and so it's time to go. It's like, so there's a massive massive kind of spectrum of how people feel, but I don't think that any particular pool is bigger than the other. Like, I think that the people that are like massively Levy out is probably the same size of people that are massively Levy in, and the people that are like, thank you, next, is probably not that difference in the size. I can't. It's just my supposition. And so when you have like 6 different takes on an ownership, and ultimately you're never going to be able to. It would have to take like some serious movement in a consistent format, one way or the other, for those sort of dispositions to change dramatically. But even then, I don't know where the evidence is that any particular fan revolt has ever led directly to, no matter what tactic you pick. The tactic that's probably the most viable for those that really want them gone is ones that hurt the finances, because that lowers if the revenues go down, it lowers the valuation, it brings in a higher pool of people, and it also makes the juice less worth the squeeze for the headache from the owners currently. Because at 4 billion, even if Daniel Levy went, you know what, fuck this, I can't stand this hatred, I'll sell at £4 billion. If that's his valuation, there's still only going to be a handful of people that can actually realistically purchase him anyway. But if you sustainably hurt the revenues, then it brings the number back down to 3 billion. And when it gets to 3 billion or 2 billion or whatever, suddenly it opens the pool up to maybe twice as many suitors that might be able to come in and then take a punt. Ultimately, though, the problem that the fans that feel that way have is that every time they give up a season ticket, there's someone else that's ready to take them. And every time that there's someone that's not, watching the game, well, guess what? They've already paid for their ticket and they're probably in the bar having a drink anyway. So if they're not at the seat, if they're doing that whole 10-minute before Bournemouth thing, I would imagine that it might look bad, but Tottenham probably make an extra 100 grand in revenue from the beers that would be not being drunk in the first 10 minutes of the game that are currently being drunk while people are watching it on the TV screen. So, I think that there's essentially it's between a rock and a hard place. Michael, how you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy. What's your take on all this? Thanks for coming on.
Which part?
We're talking right now about. I mean, what you came on for a reason, obviously. Was there any particular part of the conversation that triggered you enough to want to come on?
No. I took a long break after the last season, so right now I'm getting back into groove of Spurs YouTube. So, when I have time, I just decided that it would be nice to jump on and talk a bit.
Okay, so we were talking about. I think the triggering of this particular whole segment has been the Change for Tottenham email saga. That I personally think is beyond ludicrous and childish. I think that it's such a bad look, but I also understand that they're trying to create some momentum for themselves. But I think the way they've gone about it looks really, really poor.
Yeah, listen, I haven't seen any particular messages, but I can imagine what some people would probably type in those emails, right? And listen, I've always said it, right? Maybe this will be a generalized point, not necessarily on the case of those emails and those messages, right? But I've always said it that for me, hardcore leave out is just not literal numbers, but just as an example. For me, it's somewhere around 1 to 5% of the fan base, right? Hardcore leave out, and hardcore leave in is 1 to 5% on the other side, right?
Yeah.
And what you have is 90% of the fan base in the middle, who some are slightly leave out, some are okay with him, right? It's basically the Gauss, the Gaussian, the Gaussian plot. Yeah. So basically, when you map opinions of people, usually the radical opinions are much less presented than the middle part of the opinion, right? Sorry, I forgot.
I know what you're
in English, right? But yeah, sorry, but you get my point, right? So basically, if you are a leave outer or a leave inner, right, and you want to convince more people towards your side, you don't do it by acting radical. That's how I've always seen it, right?
100%.
You have to appease to the middle part, right? You have to somehow convince them.
It's like
join your side, right?
An argument, right? It doesn't matter how reasonable your point is. If you scream it over the rooftops, then you lose the argument because you're emotional.
I agree.
Yes, that's something that I talked about with Stelios and Ian and other guys, right? That if you just go apoplectic and go full blown out, leave out and just fuck him, he's cancer, he's this, he's that, right? Just the middle part of the fan base won't join you in that movement, right? Because they will look at you and say, this guy is a lunatic, right? He his opinion is too strong for me, right? But if you go from the approach of what the Trust did, not the Trust, Change for Tottenham did, right? With the way they organized the protest, right? Even the fact that they were a new face, right? That they weren't people weren't looking at them through the prism of the hardcore thing, right?
Has the last couple of weeks not shown their true colors?
Yeah, that's something that I wanted to follow up on, right? That I think they started well, but for me it looks like they are going not necessarily to the same extent like the old Brian Daigle, let's call it, right? The old Brian Daigle who would just, 3 people standing in front of the training ground, just screaming their lungs off, right? People look at that, and with all due respect to Brian, because I've said it to him plenty of times, and listen, Brian, I admire what you did, I admire your passion, right? But that's usually not how you convince the normies, let's call it, right? You don't convince the normies by acting radical. You have to just slowly pull them towards your side, right? That's for me how it works, right? So when I see the attempts of just convincing people to write emails and just write some fucked up shit in those emails, right? And just say that this Livia, I hope you die, and giving death threats and all that stuff. That's not the way, unfortunately, right? I know that it's not because Change for Tottenham told people to write those type of messages, right? But unfortunately, you're stepping on the thin. Yeah, it's gonna happen. They are stepping on a really thin ice, right? Because they will just give the push for people to do such things, right? So it's really a tough position, because on one hand I admire what they did, right, with the protests, and I admire the fact that they had what was like 2,000 people walking with them, right, instead of 50. That was huge, right? That was a big win for the Levy out movement, right? But it's really tough for them to just to make the right steps, right, towards the end goal, right? And the end goal is getting Levy out, right? But yeah, sorry, that was a long-winded answer. But
I agree with you, mate. But the problem is, though, I think that's what they attempted by broadening it out to Change for Tottenham.
Yeah.
But very quickly, it's become apparent that it's like I said earlier, it's lipstick on a pig, right? It's still a pig. You can't polish a turd. You might be able to roll it in glitter, but at the end of the day, it is still what it is. And I think that the people that are leading that movement, that they had, there's the right idea, but the execution, as Eugene said correctly, is well off. And I think that they've done themselves, in my opinion, even in the heat of their most palpable moment on Wednesday night, when everyone was losing their shit, they went, here's an opportunity, and they chose the really stupid path. And I think a lot of the moderates that have calmed down,
like instead of a committee, there needs to be one person who's a figurehead who can go on all the channels, a single person who's eloquent, who charismatic. And I think instead of having this committee of people, like you said, Sean, who it's not clear exactly what they want, a single person who can speak for the movement. And I think it's just going to make things easier and clearer, and it's going to be easier to execute, right? Just having
to be fair to that guy Billy, I've met him once and I've seen him several times. Billy T, I think his name is. I actually think that guy is very, very articulate. I think he's very reasonable. I think he's very rational. And I think he's very intelligent. I've got nothing but respect for the way that he comes across. It's just if that's the guy that's writing the tweets and coming up with the game plan, then it's chalk and cheese to the person that you see on the last word on Spurs or wherever else, because the guy that you see on the visual representation is very, very, very good. But then you see the shit that you see on Twitter, and it's just like, what? Doesn't stack up.
I agree with what Mike said, basically, yeah. I mean, I'm Levy out, but like I've said to you, I will see both sides of it, yeah. But I'm Levy out because I support a football club, not a bloody business. But I think that's another thing people need to realise, that football and business are the same thing these days, if not the business is actually bigger than the bloody football these days. And that's a sad thing, yeah. But basically, what's going on with Levy and what goes on there, just the way I see it, my opinion, is it's basically politics. It's political, basically. Now, it seems to be on both sides. I agree with Mike. There's an amount on that side and an amount on that side, but the massive side is in the middle. And I see from both sides that you're either, I don't know how else to put it, you're either far left or you're far right. You can't be in between, or you can't be a little bit that way and a little bit that way. It's either got to be that one or that one. Well, why has it got to be that one or that one? Because again, it's basically, you've got people who are Levy out, don't care, let him get hit by a bus, I wouldn't care less, just get rid of it. You've got other people who are saying, look at everything Levy does for us, look at everything he tries, look at this, look at that, Levy's got to stay. But then you've also got the people sitting there who do what I do, split it in the middle, and then you've got other people who sit there and more like, yeah, he's done this and this for us, but the football ain't right. I do think it's time for him to go. But a lot of people seem to think it's either far left or far right. You've got to be one or the other. There's no a bit of this and a bit of that.
Agree.
And when it comes to the political side of it, yeah, I know people don't like politics in football, but this is the best way I can describe it. Is it's exactly what Mike said. If you want people to come over to your side, just sitting there saying, I hate, I despise, I hate, I hope this, I hope that, or whatever. People who are slightly on that side who you could possibly get over to your side are going to look at that and just think, yeah, that's like OTT. That's like, that's hate, basically. Hate is a word I don't have in my life. Nothing has that power apart from Brussels sprouts. And when it comes to it, I will never give nothing that power as such, if that makes sense. Yeah. And when you're just looking at something and it's just an out and out hate, people are just gonna, if anything, I think that pushes people away. Yeah. I think you need to be more open in why you want this fella out, sort of thing. Not just because you despise him as a person and everything about him, but the reasons why. Giving the people options of like, right,
and meet
why
people
would
in
you
the
want
middle.
him out?
Meet people. If you're sitting there saying is like it's been 25 years of failure, what are we saying? So like, what there's been nothing good? No, well, you know, look at we had the chance to kick on. We finished. Okay, but so if you're saying that we had the chance to kick on from a place of strength, then the person that you're saying has done nothing good for our club was responsible for putting us in the place of strength in the first place, right? So. Like if the buck stops at the top is the argument in which we're going with, which is the argument of Levy out people. So I just wish that there was like a reasonable argument where I could go, I can absolutely jump on board that. If you can respect the fact that I don't feel as strongly as you do, then I can respect the fact that you feel more strongly than I do.
Exactly.
If we can both shake hands on the fact that there has been some good and bad along the way, and that where we're at now, we both just see it through a slightly different lens, but we both ultimately want what's best for the football club, then I think that would be the narrative that could draw people in. And then it doesn't have to be about protests. It just has to be about general discourse to try to kind of figure out the best way to lean into the club without it all being toxic all the time. But it feels like if you don't see it my way, then you're the problem.
But it's on both sides, Sean. Yeah, it
I know.
ain't just
I know
Levy
it
out.
is.
That's
I know
like
it is.
it's Levy in as well. That's what I mean. But it's like
I've never received any vitriol from Levy inners.
But
some of the shit that I've received in the last 48 hours from Levy outers, mate, is deplorable. And you made the point, right? You sit there and you see that stuff and you go, I don't want to be a part of it. I'll never be a part of the Levy out movement. Never. I don't care if he gets us relegated. I will never be a part of the sort of the vehement Levy out because of the way that some of those people have treated me and acted towards me when all I have is just a different opinion. And give a fuck about this notion that I've got a platform and that I influence people, because I'm not trying to influence anybody. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
It's basically like with certain people in life, you have a debate or you have a chat with. Again, I try and see both sides. The effort I try to make don't always succeed. We never do, yeah? But right, me and you having a debate, just put it that way, or me and Mike, whoever. I'll sit there and sometimes you just ain't going to understand the other person. Sometimes you don't understand things unless you've actually been through it yourself. Some things you'll never understand unless you do it, yeah? But there's a lot of things you can get it. So if I'm not understanding your opinion, I at least try and get it. Why has he got that opinion? Why do you believe that much on it? Right, I haven't got to agree with it. I can argue back at it or whatever, but I at least try and get your point. Not be like a fucking brick wall, pardon the phrases, whatever, and that basically you talk to me and it just bounces off my head and it's my way or the fucking highway, yeah? I try and at least get the other's point and then say, right, all right, I get your point, I get this, I get that, but I don't agree with it because of A, B, C, D, yeah? But sometimes with some people, when it's extreme far, whatever way you want to put it, you might as well talk to a brick wall. And people don't want that. People want to be able to talk and like, okay, if I'm going to listen to your side and try, and I'm expected to understand or get your side, I want the same courtesy off of you that you're going to do the same for me. Yeah. And 100%. At the end, sometimes it just comes to that point where I'm not backing down from my opinion because I think my opinion, I believe it, and you ain't backing down from yours. And sometimes you just got to say, do you know what? Let's just agree to disagree. But then I'm also more than willing, and I've shown it on here enough times, that if someone actually gives me a solid opinion that I think is better than mine, I'm also willing to put my hands up and say, do you know what?
I hear you say that all the time, mate. I hear you say that. You know, Dan, to your credit, mate, I hear you say all the time when you have a take on something and then someone else disagrees with you and they make a point that you hadn't thought of. I hear you say, fair enough. That's I respect that so much about you, mate. Because unfortunately, I was laughing about this earlier with Drew. Someone put in the comment section, humility goes a long way or something like that. And,
common courtesy goes a long way in life.
100% it does. But unfortunately, in the YouTube game, for the most part, if you say I got it wrong, I'm sorry. that's getting clipped up and ridiculed and mocked, right? So everyone will look for a reason to move the goalposts in the debate. No one wants to be wrong, not because they have a problem with it in the normal. Like, I'm sure everybody, myself included, who will move goalposts if you find yourself in a sticky situation in a debate. I'm sure everybody in real life can apologize when they fucked up, or say you were wrong or whatever. But in the YouTube game, there's no value. There's no value in there's no reward for being honest, or no reward for being humble.
When it's an opinion, though, at the end of the day, if I can't give you facts or you can't give me facts in this opinion on opinion, at the end of the day, if it ain't going to agree, you just got to agree to disagree. You can argue the opinion all day long, but my opinion is just as strong as your opinion at the end of the day, and I ain't got to agree with shit, and nor have you. And that's where sometimes... Go on.
People confuse opinions with facts. That's the biggest issue. It's like...
That is one thing I do find.
Where I'm like, no, it's not a fact. This is just your opinion. So that's where
some people
get
do...
sticky.
You're right. Some people do put the facts down, and then some people try and argue with a fact with a bloody opinion. When you try and argue a fact with an opinion, you lose. End of. There's nothing to it. That's when sometimes you got to look at it. And like I said, when it comes to an opinion, I haven't got to back down just because your opinion's different to mine, and nor have you. And if you can't come to an agreement or whatever, sometimes I think you just got to, like I said, you just got to say, let's agree to disagree and get on with it. But some people just don't even want to get your point or why you want to see it. And I think that's the problem with Levy out and Levy
polarizing. It might not be the same, Dan, with Richalison. Right? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, if Richalison bangs in 20 goals this season, I'm happy to be mudded. I'm absolutely delighted, right? Because it's irrelevant. But with the Levy thing, it's so much more political that you become like a politician. You inevitably don't want to sacrifice the point because it's going to be used against you later. Just quickly, I want to get your final takes on this topic, guys, and then we'll move on for the last topic about the City game tomorrow, because I feel like we haven't really spoken at all in the Tottenham fan base about the City game or the Burnley game, because other things are more important right now, like transfers. But let me just grab a couple of super chats and then we'll go there. Andy Lester, big up to you, mate. He says, big up, Sean. All the hate you get is wild. This fan base is nuts. Surely if they don't like you, don't watch. YouTube is big enough for all opinions. I appreciate that, mate. Yeah, look, I mean, honestly, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. What upset me was the dog bite. Like, they want Bugsy Malone to be like hit by a truck and stuff. That's I don't care about the stuff that comes my way. I'm big enough and ugly enough, but it's Bugsy Malone, man. It's my dog. Like, what are we doing here? But I appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you very much, mate. Thank you, Andy. Robert Palmer's come in and said, would rather spend Savinho on a higher tier 10. Would rather spend Savinho money on a higher tier 10. Rodgers, Simons, Paz, or Olmo. I'd love any one of those. Rodgers, I think, has ruled himself out. Simons is going to Chelsea. Paz is incredibly difficult because of the Real Madrid thing. And Danny Olmo, I love him, but I mean, the only option there is, I think, a loan, because Barcelona they can't register him, but I'd love him, but he is injury prone. And the left back, centre back, like Hincapie, and give the left wing minutes to Odegaard and Tel. See, Robert, if you were on a live stream saying that and you were saying it in front of certain people, you would be absolutely under the cosh for saying that Odegaard and Tel is you. Yeah, you go. Eugene's one of the. Yeah, but, I mean, there's a lot of passionate opinions. I think both of those players are fantastic, but I'd absolutely concede that to play the system that I have in my mind around how Thomas Frank can really make this team tick, we need a ready 10 and a ready left winger, and I'm not sure Odegaard or Tel are, to be honest. But thank you very much for the super chat, mate. Mr. The Bud, great name. Excuse me. Says it loses any credibility they had. Not a good look. I guess that's about the emails. Thank you very much, mate. Member for 23 months as well, Mr. The Bud. I'm not sure what your normal name is, mate, because we're going through this weird YouTube glitch where it's all the handles rather than the name. So I don't recognize who you are, but if you've been a member here for a long time, then and I know that dog as well. So let me know in the chat who you are as your usual handle. But thank you very much, mate. Spurs Graham says I was lost at yes, but no, but vodka haze. Well, mate, I've had 4 ciders now, mate. So we're all on the same page here, Graham. Appreciate you, mate. Very cool of you, buddy. Love you, man. Barry's come back in saying 70 million for Paz. I'd rather spend that on one of John Virgo's waistcoats. For those of you not old enough to know who John Virgo is, He was a fantastic snooker player,
Yeah.
and he did a show called Point Blank. What was it? I forget what the name of it was, with Jim Davidson, the comedian. Absolutely fantastic super chat, mate. Thank you very much, buddy. I like Paz, but yeah, I agree. 70 million is ridiculous. And Tommy KNX says it's crazy that a man who was smart enough to build this Tottenham brand can't see how bad he is in the market. Employ a DOF and give them a budget. Yeah, it seems simple, doesn't it, Tommy? I guess for him personally, egos have got our ego. I think egos have a big part to play in it. And he's got that kind of, he loves the taste of blood in his mouth. He loves that kind of fight, I guess. In terms of employing a DOF, I think that Paratici is going to come back, but it won't save this window. So we have to rely on him. I think that Lang is on gardening leave, I think, personally. Which again is problematic to do that in the fucking window. But either way, thank you very much, Tommy. Lads, any final thoughts on what we're currently talking about that haven't been raised, or should we move on to the Man City game for the last topic of the evening?
So this might have already gotten talked about. I was not here at the beginning, but I just also wanted to say it's not like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these deals this window haven't gone well. Clearly, obviously, the players aren't here, but it does make me happy that we were after them. We were bidding close to or club record amounts, for these players. It looks like we were willing to spend the money. I don't know. It sort of seems like things are moving in the right direction. Like in a perfect world, I feel like we would have two very expensive players with us now. I don't know. It's not. I don't know. I just want to say, I guess it's not for lack of trying from Levy and company. Do you agree with that at all? Like, clearly things haven't gone the way that we want them to go. But
Colin, everyone said a month ago, I just want to see some ambition. And then when we were linked with Savinho and willing to pay super money, and linked with Eze, and linked with Gibbs White, and linked with Kudus, and we got two of them over the line, everybody at that time was saying, listen, got no. Even I forget the guy's name at the top of my head. I'll come back to it in a second. Come back to me.
Rodrigo.
People were saying, the ambition that's being shown here is fantastic. All I want to see is this ambition. And then when the ambition doesn't quite make it, but not necessarily through any fault of our own, if we had an agreed price with Gibbs White and with Eze, but other things came into play, suddenly ambition's not enough. It's ambition plus the conversion. So people just move the goalposts again,
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
like-
But I don't know. I just needed to chime in with
It
that.
only happens to us, though. That's the thing. It's like you don't see this.
It doesn't always
Like
happen to
Steve
us.
doesn't get embarrassed like this.
We're only paying attention to our story, mate. Happens to
It happens
Newcastle.
to us a lot. It happens to
Maybe.
us a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
William. That's just it happened every couple of years. It's just I don't remember any other big club
I think part of that
being
is part of,
embarrassed. Like we get
It's happened
embarrassed.
to
on a regular
Newcastle
basis.
5 times this summer.
and I think part of it's due to the size of club that we are. We want to think we're one of the top clubs and that we're in that top tier, but we're flirting with that area. And I think because of that, of course, players are going to see us as kind of a secondary option. And so if something better comes along, and I know I'm talking about the Eze deal specifically here, but if something better comes along, or Willian, that's a good example too. Chelsea and Arsenal, I don't know, the players are going to take that, and I don't think that's our fault exactly.
Yeah. Also, sorry, Eugene, go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I wanted to add this, and Dan heard this opinion, but I don't know if the rest of you guys heard it, right? I don't necessarily think that the whole Eze thing was our fault, right? The way it panned out, right? I don't think it was necessarily Levy's fault and Lange's fault, right? I know this might not be a popular opinion, right? But I'm saying about like why Arsenal got him, not why we took so long to get him, right? I'm talking about the part why Arsenal got him. I personally think that Crystal Palace were haggling with us over like some minor details, right? But if you are to believe all the media, right, and all the ITKs and all that stuff, right, we had personal terms agreed, we had the bid agreed, but they were just stalling, right? And for me, I am a big believer of the food chain thing, right? I really like the fact that the whole food chain rhetoric is appearing in YouTube world, right? Because I really believe that it is the case, right? That there are some clubs that just have bigger pool than us, right? And and especially if the player we are talking about is a childhood fan of that club, right? So I'm not surprised that Arsenal got him from us, right? And I honestly think if Kai Havertz wasn't injured, right, they wouldn't be sniffing around Eze. That's the way I look at it, right? But what I'm angry about this whole situation is that our previous actions for the past 1.5 months that this transfer window was open led us to the place where this could happen, right? I personally think that we either should have been in for Eze even before Maddison got injured. But if that's not the case, then after Maddison got injured, I think we should have gotten that deal wrapped up in a couple of days, right? Instead, we waited 2.5 weeks, right? Pretty much, or 2 weeks before we even started, or at least like from the media side, we got the information about the whole Eze thing only 2 weeks after Maddison got injured, right? And I think this passive approach that we had towards this window led us to the situation that we are finding ourselves in, right? And I think because this whole thing with Eze happened with Arsenal, we are fucked right now. That's the way I look at it, right? Because unfortunately, the clubs that would be willing to sell us at the number 10 a month ago, right, they aren't going to be so willing now, right? It will either take like 25% more money to get the player out of them, right? Or they will just straight up refuse the deal because there is only 10 days left of the transfer window, right? Which this is why I am pissed about the whole situation, right? And just quickly, Dan, because like I've said about the whole like spectrum thing of fans, right? Of like the you know, the Levy outers, Levy inners, right? I would personally consider myself like somewhere close to the middle, slightly like leaning towards the Levy out, right? Like I've always said it. For me, what I want from the ownership, what I want from the manager, what I want from the players when I support a sports team or even like, you know, an organization or whatever, right? I want people who are employed for that organization to do everything in their power to make that organization competitive, right? So in terms of Spurs, right, I understand that we are somewhere in the pecking order, right? I understand that we aren't going to be in for Verts and Isaac and other guys, right? But I think we have the financial capability to be more competitive than we are right now, right? Which is why I criticize the ownership, right? But I also, because of my background, the way I've been brought up by my parents, and also the way, you know, the education I got, right, which is like highly scientific and mathematics, right? I really fucking love logic, guys, right? And I just hate when people make illogical arguments about Levy and you know, and the ownership and the DOFs, right? And this is why I also understand like the points that Sean makes, right, about the whole like 90% of caps have been won by 5 teams and the financial fuck ups that Premier League have allowed with Aston Villa, Newcastle, Chelsea, and Manchester City, right? I think people really need to look at the context of things sometimes, right? Because it's not that Levy never tries, right? He doesn't try enough, in my opinion, but he tries, right? So, like, I'm not necessarily sure how to put it, right? But I demand more from the ownership, right? But I also don't think they are doing such a bad job that it's irreparable, right? And they should be gone no matter what, right? For me, if they start, and this is really a subjective thing, right? The subjective line of where do I think enough is enough, right? Where do I think they are doing a great job, right? It's a subjective thing. It can change with other context, right? But for me, if I personally felt like Levy is showing ambition and actually making smart moves, I am fine with Levy, right? That's the way I look at it, right? But if a new bidder came in, if Qataris wanted to buy us, or you know, some billionaire from USA wanted to buy us, right? I'm also open. So that's basically what I wanted to say, right? It's like you don't have to go to the extreme, right? For me, sometimes when I listen to like some opinions on the internet and they are like super extreme about Levy, I cannot like support those kind of opinions, right? Because for me, they aren't really following like the logical pattern of looking at the context and making your making your opinion on that context, right? It's just something that I wanted really to chime in, right? I think people should just look at the context and make opinions on context, right? For me, from the context that I'm seeing with this club for past few years, I think we can be more ambitious, right? Because I think the money is there. I think we have the capability of being stronger than we are. But I also don't think that we are completely like shite shambolic, like no a disgrace or anything, right?
The thing is with it, Mike, that was most annoying about this one, is I won't say we spotted the opportunity first, but we've pretty much been on this for 2 years, and we don't know hardcore facts, but I'll go by what I see, same as the rest of us, and that they basically put down something like a 68 million what they wanted for him. It ain't cheap, but in this day and age, and the money that we know Spurs have got, I'm not saying it's necessarily pocket money, but it's not even a bloody week's wages, We're sniffing about it, usual stuff and whatever. Then all of a sudden you see it on the news, whether it's off Levy or whoever says it and that, which Spurs are interested. We're seriously interested. Then we went and done the same thing as we've done too many times now. We hesitated. All of a sudden we got to structure the structured payments. Even though it was said that we know the facts, no, but they was willing to go 20 or whatever. But no, we've got to structure it up to maybe 10 or whatever else, sell to buy. Let's haggle with everything, this and that. Then Arsenal basically just looked at it. I think they came in for it. They didn't go for him when they could have, because I don't think they were that necessity to have him. I agree with you. Then what happened with Havertz? Bang. What do Arsenal do? Straight in there. There we go. What have Spurs done? This and that. Bang. We'll give you that. Of course, he's going to go Arsenal if he's got the option, but then Levy should have at least come in and said, okay, and then put his option up, because at the end of the day, Palace are going to go to whoever offers the money. So I'm 100% with you in the aspect of, if it came down to the crunch, he's going to pick Arsenal over us, But this should have been done 2 weeks ago.
That's just my point, right?
That's
it should have been done 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Found out, right?
And Levy just basically done what he done again, just blinks again, and all of a sudden it's done, and it's almost like another PR move from Spurs of, oh, we tried, we were serious, and we've seen it enough times. But I'm basically agreeing with everything you said, Mike.
Yeah, just last thing on this. I know, Sean, that you want to move on to City. Just last thing is, like, a big club in our situation, and Sean, we talked about whether Ez is going to play the European game after Arsenal made the bid, and he didn't. A big club in our situation would say last week, okay, here's the money. We want the medical to be scheduled tomorrow. He's not going to play. If Palace says no, walk away and just not be embarrassed, right? Just say, hey, if you're waiting for Arsenal, we're going to walk away, instead of dilly-dallying. Because Ornstein said we reached the agreement with Palace on the same day that Arsenal came in, which means the agreement wasn't there in place. If the agreement was in place last week and we said, here's the 68 million, here's the money, medical tomorrow, or we're going to walk away. Even if we don't get him, at least the club.
Yeah, but we didn't bid 68 million quid.
What's that?
We didn't bid 68 million quid.
I'm just saying any amount, like, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, right here, Palace, whatever you want, right? Here's the money. Medical tomorrow, he's not going to play. That's it. Deal done, right? But that's what would at least, even if Palace would say no, we wouldn't get embarrassed.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know what happened, do we?
It's an opinion. Everything is an opinion, of course.
I know, but
nobody knows.
Johnny swears blind that the story that's being represented by Ornstein and everybody else is entirely inaccurate. And Johnny's close to the story. I think he's also got, his biases because he's, his best mate or whatever, and also Eze is his kind of favorite player. So, I don't know what to believe, and I don't even know necessarily if, like, Johnny says things are facts because that's what he's been told, but he wasn't in the room either. So I always say, like, it's hearsay, right? Johnny says, like, I can't tell you what I know, but I know this to be the case. Unfortunately, and Johnny's my guy, but, like, I use this against Lubo. Lubo says the same shit. Lubo says, I can't tell you this, but I know someone who told me that, and it's a fact. I'm like, well, what's good for the goose has to be good for the gander. Like, if in a court of law, like, hearsay doesn't mean anything. And so Johnny wasn't in the room. Johnny doesn't know. Johnny knows what he's been told by his mate, who may or may not be telling him everything because of whatever agendas or whatever biases they have. Same with anybody else. But Ornstein also wasn't in the room. Neither was Romano. Neither was Spurs Journo. Neither was anybody else. So none of us know what happened there.
But
At the end of the day,
speaking,
the input details are kind of irrelevant. The outcome is we didn't get the guy that every fan in the Tottenham fan base wanted. I personally not that bothered. Personally, I think that he wasn't the right player for me. But that's irrelevant, right? The outcome is that we didn't get the guy, so therefore Levy's in the mud, 100%. But in terms of like figuring out how it could have gone better, well, that the predeterminant of knowing how it could go better is knowing how it went in the first place, and none of us know that. So we're all speculating. So let's it doesn't matter anyway. He's not our player. Let's fuck him off. Forget Eze. And by the way, when he comes to Tottenham as an Arsenal player, I'm going to boo him louder than anybody else. Fuck that guy. All right, so
fair enough.
let's move on. Let's move on. Excuse me, guys, lads. Just want to be entirely clear. I got a message from Billy T, the Change for Tottenham guy. Someone had messaged him saying that I was calling him out personally tonight. Just want to be entirely clear to everyone. I've texted him. I just literally saw the message now and responded to him. If he's watching, and for anyone that has been watching, I think you heard me say about, I don't know, an hour ago, I have absolute respect for Billy T. I think he's a very educated, intelligent, articulate guy. Nothing personal. I've never said anything personal about the people that are running that movement. I personally think that the Change for Tottenham Twitter profile and their activity on Twitter, I find it unprofessional. I think it's silly. But in terms of the visual representations of Change for Tottenham, I don't know the guy Jay. I've never seen him, but Billy, I've absolute respect for him. Just want to make that. I think I said that. I definitely said that earlier. I definitely didn't call him out personally. So whoever it was that sent him a message saying Sean's calling him out personally, that didn't happen. I just think that the people that are writing the tweets, I think that's under the Change for Tottenham banner. I personally find it. I think it's unprofessional to say, or I think it's silly and naive to say that it's a good idea to send emails to the Tottenham if you want a decent outcome. But as far as Billy goes personally, I've only ever seen him on various streams, and I think he's incredibly articulate, intelligent, and sophisticated in his narrative. And if he wants to come on and chew it over with me, he's more than welcome. Let's move on to Manchester City tomorrow, guys. Big game is happening in 13 hours' time. What are we thinking, guys? Do any of you think we've got a chance of getting something out of the game? Or are we all thinking it's going to be a difficult day at the office?
If we play the right way, and this is what we've gone and got Frank to do, and that's basically play with the cards he's got at the end of the day. Whether he gets given the right cards or not, it is what it is. And I feel that we've got a very good coach there who's got the capability of adapting to, he might want to play a certain way, but if he hasn't got the players to do what he wants to do, he will play the way that will get the best out of them players. And that's what I feel was Angie's biggest problem. He wanted to play his way, even though it didn't match 9 out of 11 players on the pitch. And I still believe that last season and this season, with the players that we have got and the players that we haven't got, I still think our best formation is a 5-2-2-1 or a 3-4-2-1, whatever people want to call it. When you go up against someone like City, I personally think we should be sitting back. We've got someone like Paulini there now. Stick Benson Core next to him. We've got 3 at the back. Use those wing backs, and then who we put up front, I take it with Richalison, and then play another 2 there, or even 3 in the middle if we have to. But I feel when it comes to City, we're just going to have to go counter attack. We have not got the power to go out and out at them. But we seem to be their weak spot, don't we? And I think we have got quite a solid 5 at the back as such to play a counter attacking football. Direct 3 passes up there, see what you can do. But I think that's our chance of doing it. If we go with a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1, I think we're going to get absolutely torn a new one.
I think, honestly, it's going to be similar to the PSG game. I think we're going to do well, but our players are going to get tired, and we don't have anybody on the bench. And I feel like City can bring on some top players, and I think the subs are going to make the difference once again. I think their bench, they're going to bring in subs in the 75th minute, and I think that's going to make all the difference in the world, because for us, Paulini is going to get tired. He's not match fit completely. We'll put in Archie Gray, and Berghvall, and I think that's going to be the difference. We're going to give it up late, I think. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I feel like.
Last season, I mean, you just have to look at last season, and Dan brought up a good point. You know, we were playing a system that, in my opinion too, didn't really suit a lot of the players that we had on the pitch, and I don't know, we always seem to find a way against City. So I don't think tomorrow will be any different. I hope I don't go in and get my heart broken. It's possible, but yeah, I think the way we played against PSG will be perfect here. I don't even think we had to respect City as much as we respected PSG, and maybe that's naive of me to say. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but I don't know. I think that we've got the players to go toe to toe with their, you know, our starting 11. I feel like can go toe to toe with theirs as long as we play to our strengths. I think that Kudus is going to have a lot of fun tomorrow, and as long as we're clinical, we'll have some chances. As long as we put them away, I think we're in good shape. You know, we don't have a lot of the players. Well, hold on, let me think. Yeah, we don't have any of the players that we had scoring against them last season, but I think we've got goals in us. I think Richarlison gets on the score sheet tomorrow. And for some reason, I'm not too worried about the defensive side of things. I know they've got a lot of firepower, but I really like our back 4 or 5, however we're going to do it. I don't know. I don't see much except for a positive outcome coming from this. And again, maybe I'm naive and hopeful, but hopefully somebody's going to back me up and say, yeah, we're going to smash them. Come on, guys.
Sorry, Colin.
Sean,
Yeah.
jump in. We're going to smash them, right?
Well, I don't think we're going to smash them. I've gone for a 2-2 draw. I think we are going to score. I think we're going to score early, catch them unsurprised, catch them a little bit asleep, hopefully, and then they're going to sort of dominate the rest of the game. And then they're going to take the lead, and we're all going to be like pessimistic. And then, as I said earlier, I think Pape Sarr, if he's still on the pitch at that stage, I'm not sure he will be, but if he is, I think he's going to score an 89th minute equaliser, and it's going to be mayhem. It's going to be scenes at the Etihad. He's going to take his shirt off, get a second yellow card. We're going to score either the winner or the equaliser. He's going to get sent off at the same time. It's going to be up and down, and then we're going to hold on for dear life to get the point. And we're all going to be back on, you know, the Thomas the Tank Engine. If it ends up being a 3-0 or a 4-0 sort of like whitewashing, yeah, there's going to be a meltdown like there always is. You know, which is why I said I spoke to Lubo earlier, right? And I said, no, mate, we got to cut out. I said this earlier on the stream. We have to cut out this Levy out thing. Every conversation on the Spurs 5, it's boring as fuck. We can't do this every week. It's boring. He said, no, sure, it's only because it's the transfer window and it's topical. I said, do me a favor, Lubo. Every single time I've ever been on a stream with you in the last 2.5 years, it doesn't matter what the conversation is. The conversation can be about like ticket prices. The conversation can be about like a transfer. The conversation could be about anything at all, and somehow it comes back to Levy. And Stel is even worse. Everything about that guy, he wants to talk about Levy at every opportunity. So I was like, it has to stop, or it's going to get incredibly boring, and it's just exhausting for me. So if we lose tomorrow 3-0, am I wrong in thinking that the Levy out the bandwagon is going to be jumping, or is it going to be, you know, like a little bit? Is there going to be context implemented here, Michael? What are we thinking, mate?
I don't know. If we get smashed tomorrow and anyone is losing their shit, then just get your heads checked. Like, I cannot put it in a different way. Like, I'm saying if, I'm not saying we will, right? But if we get smashed tomorrow, like it's nothing bad to lose to City at their ground, right? I know people have this weird thing that they think that we are their bogey team somehow, right? But I would really like for people to again look at the context that we will play them for the first time without Son, Kane, and Kulusevski, actually, who really loves the game against them, right? So
yeah, he does.
So it's like I wouldn't be surprised if we lost today. I won't be mad if we lose today, right? And I really like implore people to not lose their shit if we lose today, right? But I think with what's different with Frank, right? And it's ironic that we are talking about City away where Ange won 4-0. But with Frank, I think we have a manager who will adapt and will look at the opposition and try to nullify them instead of forcing his way, right? And I really like that because I think for those types of games, it's beneficial. and again, I know the context is that Ange won there 4-0, but I think the context at that time with City was much different, right?
100%.
But
Although Rodri's not playing tomorrow either, is he?
no, Pep said he's ready to play.
Oh no!
He meant Foden. He meant Foden, by the way. So
I thought he was out for a while. Wow.
yeah, it was like a month or something, right? But nevertheless, listen. I think they are much better than us, right? Obviously, I think they really look amazing in the attack. I think I wouldn't be surprised if we lost, but I don't think it will be an embarrassing score or anything like that, right? I think we will go out of there, even if we lose, we will go out of there with more positive things to talk about than negatives, in my opinion. And that's completely fine with me, right? After witnessing 17th, for me, that just make me happy to watch my team again, right? And I will be more than content with that, right?
I think that's the thing.
Sorry, Dan. Super quick, Michael. What one word answer? This squad, one word answer for each question. This squad, as it stands right now, going into the season or going into January without another transfer. One word answer. What's the reasonable expectations around just the improvement and the discipline and the organisation and all the things we're starting to see? Where do you think we can finish in the league?
So no transfers in January either.
No more. No. Sorry. Or where can we be by January? Let's put it that way.
I think 8th, 9th, 8th, something like that. I think that would be, and I would be fine with it.
Okay.
9, 8.
And if we do get Savinho, and if we do get someone else, does that go up a little bit?
Yeah, that goes up a little bit. I would say like 6th. I think, right? Because I know you said one word answer, right? I promise this will be quick, but I think there is a top 4 that won't get moved. It's Chelsea, Arsenal, City, and Liverpool, right? Mm-hmm. But I think if we strengthen, I seriously think we can easily compete with Villa, Newcastle, and Man United for top 6, right? Or even top 5.
Maybe Nottingham Forest as well, yeah?
Yeah, maybe Nottingham Forest or like Crystal Palace or whoever else, right? There is always this one surprise team, But overall, I think if we added quality in the attacking line, especially if it's like Savinho and Akliush or something, signings of that level, I think we can compete for top 5 with Frank, right? But right now, without them, probably top 8 or like top 9, something like that.
Fair enough. Sorry, Dan, you wanted to come in, mate. Sorry, buddy.
No, that's what I was going to say. Is I basically agree with like what Mike said and what he's just said there. I agree with that as well. I think we can get a 1-1 out of this game because for some reason we just seem to be a pain in the arse against City. We just seem to be their pain, and let's just hope it sticks that way. And on the other thing,
so are you predicting 1-1? Is that your prediction?
I think we can get a 1-1 out of this basically.
Okay.
And with what he's said just there as well, in the aspect of with what we've got, I think we can be looking at 7th. If we improve up front. Or you could even say if certain players keep what they're doing at the minute, which I think people are already getting way too excited about, which is what we do at Spurs. 100%. I mean, don't get me wrong, Richarlison's goal, that's already up for goal of the year. No two ways about it. That goal was as good as Gareth Bale's goal against
every single player
Liverpool.
Touched that ball, didn't they? Every single player touched the ball in that move. Yeah.
That goal was as good. The way he had the way he did that was as good as what Gareth Bale when he scored that goal against Liverpool, that overhead kick, as far as I'm concerned. That was a quality goal. But 1 or 2 quality goals and 1 or 2 quality games is not good enough for a bloody season. If he can actually stay out of a bloody wheelchair, that'd do him a bloody favour for once, yeah. But if he can stick to it, or if we can at least improve up front, I think we've got enough there from the midfield to the back to be able to fight for 5th, 6th sort of thing. But if we don't improve up front, I think we're looking at a 7th, 8th.
Okay, it's about the same.
Yeah,
Colin?
I'm basically agreeing with Mike.
Sorry, Colin, you've already given your take on the City game, haven't you? Sorry, mate. Just
I haven't given a score though.
Oh yeah, give me a score and also give the answer to the other 2 questions around if we don't improve before January, where can we be? And if we do improve, where can we be?
Yeah. So score wise, I think we're looking at like a 3-2. I think it's gonna be a high scoring game, and I think that we're gonna score early and then hang on. I think it's gonna be really, really tight. And
3-2 to who? To us? Or
Spurs? Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And like I said, I think we're going to score first, and then I think we're going to have to defend like crazy. We're not going to do a good job, clearly, just the 2 goals, but we're going to hang on at the end, do what we couldn't do versus PSG.
3-2.
And then, yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Mark my words. But yeah, as far as the season goes, I'm going to be lame. I think everyone else is really accurate. Dan said 7th or 8th with no, new bodies coming in. I think that's accurate. God, it might even be lower, but yeah, on the high end, I'll say 7th or 8th with what we've got currently. And then with people brought in, with a couple of signings, get us somebody for left wing, get us somebody for the 10. 5th. I think that we're overestimating some of the other teams. Any team can have a bad season, and I'm thinking that maybe one of the usual top 4 will drop out. So 4th or 5th if we do get some signings in.
Nice one, mate. Nice one. Eugene, have you given your Man City story yet?
Not yet. I'm not as optimistic as you guys. I just don't think we have.
Horror.
Yeah. Hey, I'm being a realist, right? I don't think the depth is there. So I think they're gonna win 2-1. I just think we're gonna give up a late goal. But I agree on everything else. I think without any signings, we'll finish 8th. If we do sign 2 players, we'll finish 5th. I think the issue is competing on 4 fronts, right? That's the biggest issue, like injuries and fatigue. And with Richalison, I just do not rate him. For every worldie that he scores, he misses 15 sitters. So
yeah, I
don't see goals. If you look at the preseason, other than the last game, we can only score, it seems like, from set pieces. So I just don't see consistent goals in our team. I don't see how we score consistently unless it's a set piece, because Solanke, Richarlison are just not it for me, unfortunately. So, but other teams, Newcastle is weaker, Villa is weaker. So if we get 2 players in, even if we don't get a striker in, we should be able to get 5th. Otherwise, it's 8th, 9th.
So basically everybody, am I right?
Yeah,
Thinking
we'll
everybody's saying 5th is the highest, and whatever happens, and 8th, 9th is the expected sort of range, maybe 7th, 8th, 9th.
You ain't touching that top 4. Not a chance in hell. And one thing I want to add to that is, personally, I think people need to watch out for Chelsea this year. They're my what is it?
I've got them coming second.
Is underdogs the right word, or is it dark horses?
Either way, dark horses.
No, I think you want to watch them for dark horses for actually winning that league. I
I
agree
with you principally. I agree with you. I think that they are, and by the way, they should be. The amount of money they've spent, the amount of money that the amount of players. This transition. I think Liverpool will have just a bit too much, but Liverpool would need to fix their back line. They need at least another one more centre back, and they need now they've got 2 right backs down. They're weak at the back, whereas Chelsea, I think you can make the argument they probably just need 1 centre back to cover for Colwill. That's the top draw, and maybe their goalkeeper. But apart from that, Chelsea have got a fantastic squad and a fantastic future. But they should have it. The amount of money that they've spent.
You know what? With this year, I think this season will be very interesting at the top, because I don't think. I mean, Liverpool for me have got the best 11 there, but squad-wise, you could say Chelsea and Man City are definitely stronger. But I don't think any one of who's going to be in that top 4 are going to have the right. How do I put this? Are going to have the right to be in that position, if you know what I mean. They're all going to be in the top 4, but I don't think Liverpool have literally got that right to be first, or City, or Arsenal, or Chelsea. I could see it going in any which way. I could see it ending up Arsenal 4th, Chelsea 1st, City 3rd.
100%.
For me, this year, I think it is going to be a very interesting top 4. And
it's also going to be a fucking brilliant bottom relegation battle, Dan.
Yeah.
West Ham are going down. West Ham are going down.
I just don't know how to put it the right way as such. I ain't got the best way with phrases where I just don't think no one has that right that they're going to be there, if you know what I mean. I don't know how to quite
completely agree with you. Completely agree with you in principle. I 100% could see any particular number of it could be any iteration. 1 to 4 could be any particular way. Completely agree. I personally think Liverpool will win, but I personally also think Chelsea will come second. I think Arsenal will be 4th, and I think City will be 3rd. But I think it will be tight for the top 3. I don't think Arsenal will be. I think Arsenal have peaked personally. But the question I wanted to ask you then, just last. So has everyone given their on that one? Has everyone given their prediction and everyone given their scoreline on the Man City game? Yeah. Okay, cool. So just the last question then on that, because it's a really interesting take. If everybody thinks that even if we kept the way we are, then the lowest we're probably going to be is around 8th or 9th. And even if we go and drop £150 million on 2 signings, the highest we're going to be is 5th.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Is there a concern that Daniel Levy might be thinking the same and recognizing that dropping £150 million doesn't in any way, shape, or form move the needle in merit money unless you actually finish 5th and then get the Champions League versus the Europa League? Because to drop £150 million on Savinho and Paqueta, if all that we are all agreeing is that it's the best it can get you, not the guaranteed, but the best it can get you, is to finish above Newcastle, Villa, and United. Then
now what you've just done, Sean, you've just basically give power, if I say power, to the side that want Levy out, because he should be there. Because whether it's 150 million to get us to 5th place or 6th place or whatever, it shouldn't really matter. He should now be looking at, if he has to spend, if he's got the money to do there, spend it. If it only gets us to 5th, he should be doing what is right for the football. If 100%. He's not willing to spend that money to take us up from 8th to 5th because it doesn't get us Champions League, whatever, then that's just given more power to the side.
Should be a
why they don't want Levy
for
there.
More in January, a springboard for more in next summer, etc. I 100% hear you. I'm not saying that I'm making the argument that we shouldn't spend it. I'm just saying, is there a risk that the risk-averse guy that we have in charge is going to look at that shit and think the same way that you guys do? And by the way, I agree with you. The best we can get this year is 5th, and the worst we can get this year should be 9th.
Yeah, but
therefore, is there a chance that my chairman, whatever, is there a chance that he thinks the same way and then goes, you know what, fuck it?
Quickly, if I can, right? For me, without those signings, there is no chance we get 5th, right? That's the way I look at it. For me, without those signings, at best we finish 8th, which is outside of Europe most likely, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I know when you look at the table, it's only like 3 to 4 places difference, right? But that going from like 9th to 7th gives you Europa League money, or like Conference League money. Going from 7th to 6th gives you Europa League money, right? So another like 30 million in revenue, and going from 6th to 5th gives you another 50 million in revenue, because like there is a 99% chance that the 5th spot will be for the Premier League, right? The 5th Champions League spot. So I think he will wager that, right? Because like with those 2 signings of Savinho and the center attacking mid, I wouldn't call us the favorites for top 5, but I think we would be a really strong contender. And without them, we just don't have the depth in the attacking side of the pitch, right? So, and also like again, that all of that together with the argument of the springboard, right? So if you don't spend the money now, you will have to spend that money next summer to bridge the gap from 8th to 5th, right? So if you have the money now, why not do it now? Try to be 5th this season, and this Champions League money, and then use the Champions League money next season, try to break into the top 4, right? If the ambition is there, obviously, right? But I don't think he will. Of course, he will hesitate. It's a magic fuck ton of money, right, to spend. But I think.
I agree with you, and if Daniel Levy does take that mindset, by the way, if that's not that we'll ever know, but if that is the mindset as to why he doesn't bid an extra 10 million, because he's sitting there thinking, well, the most we can get is 5th anyway, and that's even if everything falls our way, then obviously that cements the ambition argument 100%. We'll never know because they'll never be articulated. But just that thought popped into my head. If we can all agree that the best. The kind of the value trap is 9-12 million in merit money, and then best case scenario 70 million in Champions League, it still doesn't qualify for 160 million pound 2 signings.
Let me put another question on there then. I mean, this is something that I've asked others, and I think as well. Right, to put it straight, we're up shit street at the moment, and there's no 2 ways about it. Yeah, but I'm also thinking, I think what a lot of people have been asking for at Spurs at the end of the day is I don't go for quantity, I go for quality. Not just would it be in football, but it's in life. I would rather spend that extra 10, 20% on something to get quality instead of just bloody quantity. So we're up shit street at the moment. What do? If we ain't going to go out and get that quality player that we need, are we just going to sit back and accept another bloody Archie Gray and Odegaard? This is what's questioning me. Yes, we need more players, but do you know what? There's one side of me that says, do you know what? I'd rather we just don't spend the bloody money instead of go get another bloody Archie Gray and Odegaard. I know people say they think I pick on Gray, whatever else. No, it's just he's not ready now. That is the problem I've got. So what do we go and do? Would people be happy enough if we just went out and got 2 players for the sake of it, like we do a lot of the time? Or is it that you either spend it on someone significant or just don't waste the money doing it, sort of thing? If you get the question I'm trying to bring.
Yeah, no, I hear
I
you.
agree. Spot on. No, like I was about to say the same thing. I think it's clear from how we've been acting that Levy wants to spend, not Levy, but that we want to spend money. And I think we will spend money. The question is, are we going to spend money on the players that are going to propel us to that 5th spot? As Dan said, the worst thing we can do is, again, buy average players or overpay for average players who we can get rid of in 2 years. So either we go big or it's going to be an issue again, right? Then again, we're going to buy average players like Bissouma or whoever in 2 years, in 3 years, they're in our books, we can sell them. So it's clear that we want to spend money. The question is, who's going to come in? And if it's Savinho and a 10, then yes, 5th is possible. If it's going to be another, as Dan said, Archie Gray or Tel for the future, then we'll just need, as a fan base, we'll need to adjust our expectations and say, we're going for the future. Maybe in 2 years, we're going to get somewhere, not right now.
Yeah, in that aspect, I'd rather, do you know what? In that aspect, I'd rather we just didn't spend the money instead of going for like 2 other players that are just going to be totally irrelevant to us basically.
That will never be able to sell.
100%.
Never be able to ship them.
Exactly. And I know it sounds like, yes, we need the excess, this and that, whatever. I get that. But at the end of the day, I've just had enough of us spending money on crap. Now, do you know what? If there's a quality player out there that I reckon I could name about 3 players out there that we could spend 100 million on and get. My first 2 I'm going for is I'll go for De Ketelaere and I'll go for Edison at Atalanta, because in Italy, they are screaming for money out there. Yeah. Would we get it? I think we could at least get one of them out of there. And I think that would be for a fair amount of money in the aspects of, I think we'd get De Ketelaere for about 40, 45 mil. And that would even be maybe overpaying a bit for him a bit. And I think that would be more solid than pretty much anything we can get over here. If we're going to have to overspend, if we're going to go for someone like Savinho and they want 80 million for him and people say he's worth 60, 65, then do you know what? If he's that quality and that good, then pay the 10 million extra for it instead of just going out and getting 2 players that are 40 million and 20 million that are bang average at best that don't even get into that team.
Yeah.
If there's no chance of getting in top quality this summer now in the next 10 days, if and we will never know again, but if Tottenham have picked up the phone to everyone that they want, everyone that Thomas Frank wants, and the answer is no to everyone, and the only options that we get, Thomas Frank says I don't really want them, I'd rather Tottenham save the money and wait until January and go again. I know that it will go down like a shit sandwich. The fan base will go into meltdown, but I don't want Tottenham to buy players that the manager doesn't want.
And then take away from the budget for later. And yeah, I can see that. And
but right. January is harder to buy players, isn't it?
Yeah,
January is harder to buy.
If you make those, if you do what we should be doing, what other clubs do, which is spend November and December having conversations so that January the 1st you get the guys in. Because let's be honest, right? If you've got enough about you to get out of the group stages of the Champions League, out of the league stages, or just not finish between 25th and 32nd or whatever it is, then by the time that January the 1st comes around, if you've already made your deals for then and you pay the right money and you've identified and you have those conversations, it's not that long between September the 1st and January the 1st to be able to go again. You know, but I hope that's not going to be the case. I really hope that tomorrow is going to be Bomber Central after a great game of football. Guys that are watching, I've got some super chats to go through. And I'm going to do that right this second, actually, just to get it out of the way. Thank you so much, everybody. Andy Lester says, why say that about Bugsy? No exercise without her. Exactly. Why I said that? But yeah, exactly, mate. Bugsy Malone is she's got a bad paw, so I'm barely walking myself right now. She's in poor shape. Yeah, upset me. But appreciate you, mate. Justin Cobb, Michael for freaking president, spitting facts. Love that, Michael. You're getting some love tonight from Justin Cobb. Thank you very much, Justin. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much for the super chat. And Michael's always a great guest. Peemsy with a Big Mac. Mate, you're making me hungry, bro. Thank you very much for the super sticker train. We're picking you up from wherever you are in Europe, my man. Thank you very much indeed, buddy. Top man. Nick Lazy 8, my man. How are you, bro? Good to see you. He says, is there a shout for playing Richie and Solanke together tomorrow in a back three? We actually spoke about this. I think someone earlier on, I forget who it was, someone earlier on said, is there a way that if we don't sign a 10, how can we create a formation that, and it was Drew, I think. Drew said it. Is there a formation that we can play that doesn't include a 10? And Richie and Solanke up front together might be the way. Nick, love you, man. Please text me, bro. I need to catch up with you, man. I miss you and I love you. Thank you very much for the loyalty. Mate, 37 months as well. Insane, bro. Love you, buddy. And Bobby Spurs with a super sticker as well. Big up to you, Bobby. Thank you very much, buddy. I hope you're okay and healthy doing whatever it is that you're doing, buddy. Enjoy tomorrow. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy your Friday night. Lads, oh, wait on a second. One more from Studio 3's just come in. Have a nightcap on me, bro. Thank you very much. You haven't got to ask me twice, my man. Thank you very much, buddy. Great chat. Great chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, we've gone through quite a lot of different stories tonight. It was surprising to get a 4 hours. Jesus Christ. 4-hour show out of this one. Lads, last question for you before we round off. Are we signing... Is Savinho going to be playing in a Tottenham shirt before the end of the window?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Colin, yes? Eugene?
No.
Fucking hell. Michael?
Nah, I don't think. I don't think so. I think City are hellbent on making it as difficult as it can be. They are bitter from the whole Kane fuckery that we did with them, and I just think that they won't agree to our terms.
So you know what? I'll change. Fuck it. I
mean, if we spend like 80 million pounds, then I think they will accept. But I don't see us doing that, right? I think I've seen today that we apparently wanted to like break the 70 million euros barrier, right?
Yeah,
and I think they want around 80 million euros, and I just struggle to see Levy spanking that much money on Savinho.
Either way, he's had his pants.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, right?
If he doesn't get it done, his pants have been pulled down on a time waste. If he does get it done, his pants have been pulled down on an overspend. It's a pant-free summer.
I would rather the second.
No, we're desperate. I think it's going to happen because Rodrigo, maybe if City won Rodrigo, that's the only way it's going to happen. I think so. That's what I think is going to happen. Rodrigo is going to go to City, and then
for the same money as we pay for Savinho. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like 20 million less.
It is what it is. But yeah, actually, I'm changing my mind. I think we're desperate enough and there's enough pressure on the club where I think they're going to overpay. My question is, who's going to come in to play the 10? That's the biggest issue. That's my concern. For me, 10 is more important. But I have no idea. I don't know who's going to come in.
Oh, you think the 10 is more important? I don't. I think the left wing's more important.
So.
I've had that debate with a few people. I've had that debate with a few people as well. For me, the number 10 is more important because we have got absolutely no playmaking in that team.
We have no passers. Nobody can unlock the low block.
Bentancur can pass the ball, but he's more of just a direct short ball sort of thing. The only other ones we've got any hope of any creativity on there is Porro and Kudos, and that's not even in the middle to get the passes across it. We have not got a playmaker. But again, you
don't need the 10 as much if you have a dual threat on the left and the right wing.
It depends how we're playing, doesn't it? At the end of the day, I mean, for me, I would personally go for a 10. Savinho, unless they want Rodrigo that bad, I just do not see that happening. And plus, for the money we would pay for him, I still personally think we could go out and actually get 2 good players, not average, good players that could definitely fill up a left and a number 10 position for the money that we might end up paying for him.
I feel like you could probably go and get like an Adamola Lookman. And
Lookman is one I would say go for. Lookman, he's been good for the past 2 years. He really has. I mean, I follow Serie A. It's my second league. That's why I like Di Ketelaere. People tell me Di Ketelaere is not good enough because he wouldn't handle
anyone that's telling you that Di Ketelaere is not good enough, mate. It doesn't.
You know, and if he's too flimsy or easily broken, then what the hell is Maddison? I mean, he's got legs like Weetabix, for God's sake.
Italy, mate. McTominay. Bring him in.
And another one. I mean,
wow.
Player of the year. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
We go over to Italy. Italy is where there is absolutely lack of money at the moment. If you actually look in their league for the money that teams have actually spent, there's only about 4 teams that have actually spent 40 million or plus of their own money. Now, there's teams that have spent like 100 million, but they've also had 70 or 80 million come in as well. So it works out they've spent about 20, 30 mil. But out in Italy at the moment, there is a complete lack of money. Juventus are in a massive amount of debt as well and everything. And a lot of that comes down to wages. And there are players out there that we can just go out there and literally bully them with the money that we do have. I mean, Crystal Palace, for God's sake, bring in more money than AC Milan. You know, and that's going.
Quickly, I have to go in a minute, right? But quickly,
we're literally going to end up right now.
I have a funny story with AC Milan because one of my co-workers is the organizer of the Polish AC Milan fans group, like the whole fucking thing, right, for the whole of Poland, and that she's organizing like constant, San Siro visits, and they're going to matches and all that stuff, right? Mate, she knows that I follow football, right? Whenever she sees me in job, right, she's like, this fucking club of mine, right? They sold Reinders, they sold this guy, they sold that guy. What the fuck are we doing, right? She's vexed about the whole AC Milan situation.
They're about to sell the guy that came from the striker that came from Feyenoord.
Santiago Jimenez.
They're about to sell Santiago Jimenez so they can go and buy Harder from Sporting, right?
It's fucking crazy what's happening at AC Milan. Like Theo Hernandez, Reinders, they got rid of who else did they say? Malik Thio, I think they sold. Like there is plenty of like weird transfer dealings that they did, right? And listen, I get it. Maybe they are trying to reimagine themselves under. Who is that?
Inter Milan couldn't even sort out the Lookman deal, and that wasn't even a massive deal to sort out. I keep telling people this. I mean, Italy is the second league I follow. Out there, the money is just it ain't there. See that, Mike. Take care.
Cheers, Michael.
It ain't there in Italy. Italy is a place you can literally go fishing and almost bully teams, some of the big teams out there for players. Obviously, we're not going to go out there and get certain players off Inter Milan or Juventus, whatever, and that. But there's a majority we can go out there and get it because they need money out in Italy. It is not a good place for money at the moment.
I agree. I think you can go to Juventus and do some big things. But lads,
I think we get Locatelli.
Yeah, Locatelli would be fantastic. He's only going to cost 25 million quid. Locatelli.
Me and Sava went for about 5 players. Last time I go on this, mate. Me and Sava went on about 5 players last season that we could have got out of Italy, basically, instead of Archie Gray. And again, this is a problem I feel that Tottenham have in the fan base as such. Oh, he's not good enough. Oh, we wouldn't have him. Oh, we're not good enough. People have told me that Locatelli ain't good enough for Spurs.
And Locatelli's an absolute
I agree with you. Then I think Italy there and win the player of the year. I question again, just in general. I know there's some really, really good players, but I question the transition. Again, I don't want to be the dead horse, but I question the transition from Italy or France.
Yeah, not every player makes it. I think people need to focus less on the players that fail when they transfer into the Premier League. I think it's often less about the transition up to the Premier League standard and more about whether or not the formation and the team that they're moving
to. Football, isn't it?
It's the style of football rather than the actual step up. I think sometimes they're just not good enough, but a lot of the time they are more than capable because they show that in the Champions League when they're playing against English teams. But It's the step up and also the formation and the team that they're moving into. So I think that players like De Catalia, for example, that guy is an absolute baller. But if he was to go and leave Atalanta and move to one team in the Premier League, he might not work. But if he was to move into a certain team in the Premier League, he would absolutely work. It's not just about the transition of the standard; it's about the acclimation into a new city. All of those things become variables that are unknowns. Anyway, guys, listen. We're going for 4 hours. We got to round it off. It's been madness, but wonderful chat tonight. Just want to clarify once again because I've been getting messages saying that I haven't attacked anyone personally. I just said that the change for Tottenham movement on Twitter I think is poor. I think it's poorly organised. I think it's missing the trick, and I think it's unprofessional. But the people that I've seen that run it, like Billy, as I said 3 hours ago, nothing but respect for that guy. So I don't know the other guy, Jay. I've never met him before, so I can't comment. But just that should be that was made clear, and I'll be certainly defending that one if there's any accusations or anything otherwise. Either way, absolutely awesome, Dan. What's coming up on the Hotspur Hood, my man? I'm going to get the link up for everyone now.
I'm just too random on what I do. Basically, I just sort of sit there, come up with an idea, and then do it within half hour. But one thing that I'm going to be doing over the international break is that charity one that I've been putting together, where I had the chat with Kelly, the little boy's mother. And if you do want to go to my channel and watch that. I'm not an emotional person, but make sure you do have a tissue next to it when you do watch it. It was not an easy show to do, and spoke to people who've done charity stuff and that, and they've said it's best not to do it while the games are on as such. So decided that when the international game's on, I'm going to do that, but I'm only going to be doing a 12-hour one. I can't do 24 hours. Medically, I wouldn't be able to do that, let alone mentally. But otherwise, I'm just erratic, basically. When I'm on, I'm on.
Appreciate you, mate, and best of luck with that, buddy. As I said to you before, mate, I'll be there. I'll be there for your charity stream, mate.
Cheers.
Appreciate you coming on, mate. And Colin, where's your? I can't find your link, mate. Is it? What's it? It's called Talk and Ball Tottenham, or just Talk and Ball?
Talking ball, just talking ball. Let me check actually myself.
Can't find
it should just be. Try talking about Tottenham. Talking about Tottenham. Try searching that. That might make it come up.
I think I found it. Is this the one? Is it Talk and Ball? Is the at Talk and Ball?
Yeah, that's me. That's it.
Guys, love Colin. Please get over to Dan and please get over to Collins as well. There's Talk and Ball. Please do smash the subscribe to those guys. Eugene, you haven't got a channel, have you, mate?
No, I'm nobody. I just talk bollocks. I'm just.
You're absolutely somebody, mate. You're a very highly valued member of the negative Tottenham camp in my WhatsApp group, and you're always welcome on here, buddy.
Negative.
Love you
all the slander. First my accent.
I'm going to be maximizing my ability to replicate your accent, mate. I promise you that. Don't worry about that. That's going to be my homework for the weekend. Guys, we're going to leave it there. I want to say massive thank you to everyone for the super chats and for hanging around for 4 fucking hours. I haven't done 4-hour streams since I was like year 1 of this shit, since I was a freshman. So it's been a long one. I appreciate you all. We're going to hand you over right now to Spurs Diehards TTID. So please get over there and smash Spurs Talk Show Raid. And we'll see you tomorrow morning for the watch along for this monumental game. And hopefully we'll get a bomber after the show. But love you all. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you all. And Colin, Eugene, Dan, and to Drew as well. Love you all. Thanks, guys. See you later. Take care.
Thanks,